Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Murph Field on the campus of the University of Mary Hardin Baylor in Belton, Texas. I am Cameron Kushwar. Alongside me is Mr. David Saltzman, my partner in crime. David, we're a couple hours late with the start, with a little weather delay this morning. It is gorgeous out here now, and we've got the Heartland Conference baseball tournament to bring to everybody.
Not just that, but a matchup which has decided the Heartland Conference tournament the last 3 years. A very rare time that these two teams will meet in the very first game. St. Edward's winning yet another regular season crown. St. Mary's having to sweep the last weekend series of the regular season to help them get here as the 4 seed. But it's the Battle of the Saints between two teams that certainly are very familiar with each other.
St. Mary's Rattlers, like you said, they had to sweep on the final weekend. They got a little help from St. Edward's. Hilltoppers sweeping the Newman Jets, who held a one-game lead going into that final weekend. The Hilltoppers swept the Rattlers during this season. This is a St. Mary's team that has had a lot of transition this year. They were without their head coach for a time, but still a very dangerous club to be here. I mean, you can't talk about St. Mary's being the 4 seed very lightly.
Not at all, as both head coaches are with our umpiring crew, and the man in yellow is Charlie Meagle, his 30th season as head coach of St. Mary's. And we talked to him before our game, and he just said he glowed really about how proud he is of his team, because you mentioned they lost a lot of players from last year. A couple of pitchers that they thought they would have to replenish their staff fell through very late in the offseason before the 2016 season began. And even just a few weeks ago, it didn't look like they would make it, but they were able to scrap their way through. A team which has struggled on the mound this season, just giving up 2 runs in a 3-game sweep of Texas A&M International last weekend to get here. And so this is a St. Mary's team. They have to win the Heartland Conference tournament to make the NCAAs, but really there's not much pressure on them at all. Now, obviously, St. Edward's is going to get an at-large berth, barring shocking developments from the NCAA committee, but at the same time, they still want to host the South Central Regional next week, so they have a lot to play for too.
St. Mary's team, you talk about the pitching travails they have had this year, losing all their starting pitchers from last year. And, of course, every coach would tell you they would love to have depth on their staff, but not many coaches would like to have 9 pitchers have to throw more than 20 innings during the season there. It's really almost been a Johnny All-Staff season for the Rattlers.
Chris Jones, who's going to get the start for St. Mary's today, has not been their number 1 starter throughout the course of the season. In fact, he's just making his 7th start, and that is 4th on the team, though he does have a couple of complete games. He's 3-1 with an ERA of 4.31. So being thrust into this role and having to play the number 1 seed, a St. Edward's team that has won 9 straight, going 23-4 in conference play. Losing series to the 2 and 3 seeds we'll see tonight in Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian, but they swept everyone else. So, and you give Rob Pender's team credit for that. They have not overlooked any of their opponents that perhaps they could have taken a little lightly, sweeping the 4 seed St. Mary's and every team below them. And so you can assume here today they're certainly not going to take St. Mary's lightly again, much like they didn't do in their 3-game sweep in Austin, and knowing, of course, that an automatic berth to the NCAA tournament and possibly hosting a regionals on the line.
Well, you talk about Chris Jones, not the normal number 1 starter for the St. Mary's Rattlers on the year. Hilltoppers starter today, Eric Hester, a guy who wasn't even in the weekend starting rotation when conference play started, but you get an injury, you're a senior, you're ready, and suddenly you're the number 1 as you head into the playoffs.
Yeah, Colin Sherrod gets hurt. Now he's back, and so that's only adding to the St. Edward's depth. But I was told from those close to the Hilltopper program when Sherrod came back, because he's been the number 1 starter, not just this season, but for quite a while now for Rod Pender's program. He was asked, he said, well, you're going to put Colin back in the number 1 spot. And Eric Hester was pitching so well, the response, I'm hearing this secondhand, but the response was, if I want to keep my job, I got to keep Eric Hester as the number 1 guy. An ERA of 1.52, which is top 10 in the nation, a 9-2 record overall, just allowing 11 earned runs in 65 innings. But the most impressive stat, I mean, this is amazing, 4 walks allowed in 65 innings and 54 strikeouts. He is not a man that's going to make a lot of mistakes whatsoever.
You talk about all the great performances that some of these Hilltopper players have put up this year, a senior-laden team. There's some great offensive numbers. I think the best thing any Hilltopper has done all year was Eric Hester's 47-pitch complete game.
That was a 7-inning game, mind you, but that tells you about the control that he has. He's going to keep hitters off balance. He's been doing that throughout the course of the season. Now, mind you, we talked about the St. Mary's pitching staff having some trouble this year, but their hitting's been excellent. It's a Rattler team that is batting .360. They can hit for power with 43 home runs. As a squad, they have 3 players with 7 home runs or more, an on-base percentage of .411. So despite their struggles here and there throughout the course of the season, it's a team that can put runs on the board pretty quickly.
A Rattlers team that, like you said, has the power, but they really like to double you to death. 118 doubles as a staff. They don't run the bases all that often. A lot of doubles, a lot of walks, 234 free passes. Kind of the money ball approach out there. Take a lot of walks and get a lot of extra base hits. Eric Hester warming up for the Hilltoppers. Their defense is pretty much unchanged if you've been following them this year. If you haven't, we'll just go ahead and give it to you because we're generous that way. Joe Olson is behind the plate. Left to right around the infield is Dylan Watts, Wes Harris, Kevin Mayo, and J.D. Arrowwood, an all-senior infield for the Hilltoppers. Left to right around the outfield, Gable Whitaker, the catcher-turned-left fielder. Nate Turner, who is going to run down everything hit in the vicinity of center field. And Romeo Cortina, who might have the best arm on the team out in right field.
Romeo Cortina, the hero of the regular season finale, hitting the game-tying home run against Newman to force extra innings, and then hitting the game-winning home run to give St. Edwards their 7th sweep of a Heartland Conference opponent in the regular season.
Oh, by the way, Romeo had a 4-home run game earlier this year as well. Just, not bad for a transfer, I suppose. We're just about ready to get underway. Our umpiring crew today, Roger Adair is behind home plate, Courtney Lawrence at first, Mark Huseman at second, Javier Cortina is at third. First of 2 we're going to bring to you here on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. So glad you could join us. And it's going to be Brian Ramirez, the shortstop, to lead it off for the Rattlers. 5'9", 175-pound junior righty out of Farr, Texas. Hester into his wind. First pitch is strike 1. We're underway. Ramirez actually a graduate transfer, just a junior, but already has his undergraduate from UT Pan American. And count is even, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's batting .372, best on the team, and due to injury had to move from second base to shortstop earlier this season. More defensive responsibilities for him, but still keeping his numbers at the plate high.
Hester runs the count to 1-2. Dimensions here at Red Murph Field were 320 to the lines, 365 to the power alleys, 395 to dead center field. A little bit smaller than the friendly confines at Lucian Hamilton. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 looking. Well, that's a nice start for Eric Hester. His 55th strikeout on the year. Boy, not overpowering stuff, but he will put it where he wants to.
I assume Ramirez thought that was going to be a pitch inside. That was just a fastball that came across the outside corner and really wasn't close as Ramirez looked at that pitch for the strikeout.
Here's Bryce Brandel, the big center fielder, 6'3", 205-pound redshirt sophomore lefty from El Campo, Texas, a transfer from Texas State, my alma mater. A lot of former Southland and I guess now Sunbelt guys on these 2 rosters. First pitch rolls over it, easy chopper to second. Mayo, plenty of time, 4-3 on the putout. That's what we're going to see a lot more of out of Hester today. A lot of pitches rolled over, weak grounders to second and short, and a lot of lazy fly balls. You just don't hit the ball hard against him. That'll bring up Matt Smith, 5'11", 180-pound senior righty from Austin, Texas, another Texas State transfer. He's playing third base today, but he plays all over the diamond for this Rattler squad. And he takes strike 1 right down the pipe. It's easy for us up here in the nice air-conditioned press box, let's put it. It's warm and muggy down there, but I always wonder about guys who are taking pitches early against pitchers who throw a lot of strikes. That one's outside, 1-1. That first pitch for Smith, that was right down the middle.
Despite the gaudy numbers for Hester, he just improved as the season's gone along, getting used to baseball at this level. Junior College All-American, very nearby at Temple Junior College.
1-1 is sliced foul, out of play on the right side. Good crowd in the stands here. A few scattered clouds. Wind is blowing out to left center, but not very strong today. So the hitters will get a little bit of a boost, but they're going to have to muscle it on out of there if they want a home run. 1-2 pitch. Chopper to short. Harris gobbles it up, guns it over, and Hester works a 1-2-3 top of the first inning, easy as you like. Now the Hilltoppers are going to get their bats to come up to the plate, and they're going to face, like you said, Chris Jones and the St. Mary's Rattlers. We'll go ahead and take a break. We'll come on back with the Hilltopper lineup in the bottom of the first inning. You're watching this game on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. We'll be back in just a moment. And we are back at Red Murph Field. Cameron Kushwar, David Saltzman with you here. Hilltoppers coming to bat after they worked a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. Chris Jones, the lefty for the St. Mary's Rattlers. 5'10", 190-pound junior out of Hallettsville, Texas. A very rare, well, it's got to be very rare, a transfer from Incarnate Word. That can't happen very often in San Antonio.
Well, fortunately for him, he didn't have to go too far.
Yeah, right?
We mentioned at the top, Jones 3-1, an ERA of 4.21. 19 earned runs allowed in 39 and 2/3 innings, 16 walks, 31 strikeouts. Opponents just hitting .233 against him. And out of the 34 hits he's allowed, just 8 doubles and 1 home run. So if you're going to want to be able to score against Jones, you have to be patient at the plate, try to get some multiple hits together usually. And Charlie Meagle before the game really raving about his changeup. That has been a pitch that has really come along as of late.
A left-hander with a good changeup, that'll never work. There haven't been any success for guys like that at the major league level. Wes Harris to lead it off for St. Edwards. And the senior shortstop takes strike one. Wes, 5'8", 175-pound righty out of Watauga, Texas. He has really solidified that leadoff role for the Hilltoppers. Their offense was good, but he was just started getting on base all the time up at the top and making it that much better. Takes the ball upstairs 1-1. That was about the only thing that the Hilltoppers kind of struggled with at the start of the year as they went through a bunch of different guys at the top of the order. Finally, Wes in there, not a prototypical leadoff man, but he has done the job admirably. Takes that inside, 2-1.
Yeah, when you're hitting .378 and that's third on the team, you're doing pretty well as a squad. Hilltoppers, .332 batting average.
And the .454 on base percentage. That one bounces up there, 3-1.
What's something is that the Hilltoppers offensively were fairly consistent numbers-wise at least, conference and non-conference. .332 batting average as a team. They hit .333 in conference play. Their pitching was just a little better in conference than it was in the non-conference.
3-1 pitch. That's in there for a strike. Count goes full. Joe Olson waiting on deck. 8 right-handers in this lineup for St. Edwards against the lefty Jones. Here's the payoff pitch. It is swung on, hit out into center field. Sinking line drive. Brandel, a very late break, and couldn't make the play on it. It was hit right at him. That'll go for a single. That line drive right at you is a tough play to play for an outfielder, but he just got a really late jump and couldn't quite get there in time.
Yeah, the sun's behind us. I don't know how much of a factor that could have had. There's barely anyone to speak of. I think you just mentioned it. He just wasn't able to read the ball well enough, and a leadoff single for St. Ed's.
Joe Olson to the plate now. 6'1", 210-pound redshirt senior righty from right up the road in Waco. Traded in his Stephen F. Austin Lumberjack purple and white for the navy blue and white of St. Edwards. And Joey takes inside for a ball. Joe has just been a metronome since he has been at St. Edwards. .379 average, only 4 home runs, but 17 doubles. Second on the club with 4 triples, too. He just likes to put the ball in play. This ball grounded deep into the hole. Shortstop Ramirez to second. Out there, relay to first. Pulls Kaiser off the bag. So that'll be a fielder's choice. And the Toppers will still have the runner at first base. That was a good play by Ramirez. Had to go pretty deep in the hole there.
That was an excellent play and a good throw by Barnes is able to get Olsen, but a tough play as they had to hurry. Yeah, I love what Rob Penders does with his lineup because he doesn't waste any time. The averages at the top of the lineup, we already mentioned Harris 378, Olsen 379. Now you have the Conference Player of the Year coming to the plate, and J.D. Arrowwood at 389, and their numbers in conference play were even better. A huge test for opposing pitchers right off the bat.
Arrowwood, 16 home runs, 58 runs batted in, 22 doubles, 72 hits, 51 runs. Leads the team in most offensive categories, including – I've already made that joke. Takes that inside for strike one. JD hit a home run in the first game against Newman last weekend that is still traveling. They say it's somewhere out around Mars at this point. Olsen a very short lead at first base. Up and away, ball one.
Actually, correction, he was the tournament MVP last season in helping St. Ed's to the automatic bid to the NCAA tournament. Easy all-conference selection in the Heartland this year.
JD struck out his first at-bat against the Jets, led off the third inning, and hit one over the 40-foot high net out in right field. It was just a bomb. 1-1, good rip, fouled back into the net. He's mad. He knew he missed that one. JD, the 6'6", 225-pound senior from League City, Texas, by way of Wharton Junior College. Goes old school. No batting gloves up there, just a little dirt on the hands. He's behind in the count now, 1-2. Jones deals, swung on, foul tipped, and Arrowwood down on strikes. 37th time he has been punched out this season. And with two outs, Romeo Cortina will come to the plate.
That looked like the changeup to me. Did it to you? It was a little high, but he did take something off.
Yeah.
And again, that has been his out pitch lately. Catcher in funk was set up outside. Jones didn't throw it exactly where he wanted it, but obviously enough for the strikeout.
No, it was enough for the strikeout there, but he's going to have to clean up his location because that was a real good pitch to hit, JD. And you saw with the changeup, he still got contact, just not enough. Jones will toss over to first. Romeo Cortina, one half of the Cortina twins, 5'11", 205-pound redshirt junior out of Humboldt, Texas, by way of Sam Houston State. Rome on the season finished with 14 home runs, 18 doubles. That's a great year by any stretch. It's only good for second on this team, with Big JD hitting in front of him. First pitch to him is a little bit wide, ball one. Rome back in at the very back of the batter's box, almost on top of home plate. His tips of his toes are touching that line. Breaking ball, try to wrap it around the corner, miss, 2-0.
Well, we haven't seen a lot of fastballs yet, have we?
Nope.
We've seen a lot of effort from Jones so far just to try to keep these hitters off balance. And I can imagine that's a key first inning for anyone against this Hilltopper lineup, especially for a guy like Jones, not used to the number one spot and, of course, on this stage.
2-0, way outside, 3-0. Chris Jones did pitch against the Hilltoppers back in Austin and took the loss in that game. Toppers winning 12-4, 6-5, and 13-3. Run rule in that final game. 3-0. Let's see if Romeo has the green light here. Coach Penders has turned him loose this season. Does not, and takes strike one. I think there was the batting practice fastball. That would have been the pitch to give him the go. Dylan Watts waiting on deck if Romeo can keep the inning alive.
Maybe the most amazing offensive stat for St. Ed's in their last 17 games, of which they've won 16. They've had double-digit hits 16 times.
Pop foul out of play to our right. Count has gone full. Olsen will get a head start at first base. Joe without a stolen base this year or an attempt, but runs pretty well for a catcher. Who's a smart base runner. Hilltoppers have a lot of that. They don't necessarily have a lot of burners on their team, but they're good, aggressive base runners. And there's a big hole out into right center field. Center fielder Brandel well over into left center. There goes Joe. Pitches low and in. Ball four. That's another thing. Romeo will take a walk, as most of these Hilltopper hitters will do. For the season now, 159 free passes that they have drawn. And Dylan Watts will get a chance with 2 on and 2 out. Dylan, 5'11", 170-pound senior righty, 4-year starter out of Round Rock, Texas. A couple of good baseball programs he has played for. The Dragons, they've been national champions before, and now here at the Hilltop with Coach Penders, what he's built here.
He's hitting .324. Cameron, the first 7 hitters in this Hilltopper lineup, all hitting .312 or better.
Dylan also 9 home runs this year. He has had a really good senior season. Takes the pitch low, ball 1. In addition to the good offensive campaign, as you just pointed out, one of the better gloves and arms you're going to see at the hot corner in the Heartland Conference. Romeo, excellent speed at first base. Olson at second. Swung on, popped up foul, going to get out of play. Back into the bleachers here, some of the St. Mary's fans.
I'm impressed with the crowd. We're in Belton, which is an hour north of Austin and 2 hours north of San Antonio. And so both these fan bases have to fight maybe the worst highway in all of the south central United States and Interstate 35. Now, they did have 2 extra hours to get here, of course. We were supposed to start at 1 o'clock. But nice crowd representing both teams, no surprise.
Why would you call it the worst highway? Just because it's one of the most deadly stretches of highway in the entire country through Austin.
And construction every couple of miles.
1-1 to Dylan. Takes that one right in there, strike 2. Real quickly, I'll get you the St. Mary's defense. We didn't really do that as we came back from break. We said Chris Jones on the hill. Keith Funk, is the catcher. Left side of the infield, Matt Smith, Brian Ramirez. Right side, Bo Barnes, Jack Kaiser. Left to right around the outfield is Donnie Perez, Bryce Brandel, and Zach Johnson in right field. 1-2 to Watts. Dylan takes upstairs, 2-2. St. Mary's infield playing pretty well straight away. Ramirez might be a couple of steps over into the hole, but Brandel, again, a huge shift over into left center field. And the right fielder Johnson pretty far off that line as well. There's a big gap out in right center, and anything up that right field line is going to just roll to the wall. 2-2 to Watts. Yanked foul up the third base line. That was in on his thumbs. Good job by Dylan just getting the bat on the ball there. Sometimes as a hitter, there's nothing you can do with it, but if you take it, it's a strike. You just got to foul it off and live to see another pitch. Gable Whitaker on deck for St. Edwards. Jones with a long look in. Barnes trying to keep Olson close at second base. Now he retreats. Dylan on the outside corner, strike 3 looking. Dylan with a quick word for the umpire, but that's all it was. He doesn't press his case. No runs, a hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base. Toppers denied in the bottom of the first inning. We go to the top of the second when we come back. Rattlers will have the heart of their order due up when we return on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Cameron Kushwar, David Saltzman with you here on the campus of University of Mary Hardin-Baylor. First of 6, maybe 7 games we're going to bring to you here, the Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament. Hilltoppers and Rattlers, first game. Oklahoma Christian and Lubbock Christian will play the second game tonight, tentatively scheduled for a 7 o'clock start. 2-hour weather and lightning delay this morning. Jack Kaiser, the big first baseman for the Rattlers, leads it off. And he takes ball one a little bit wide. Kaiser, 6'3", 215-pound redshirt junior lefty out of Friendswood, Texas, a transfer from Ole Miss. 1-0 pitch to him, swung on and missed. Hester pulling the string right there.
You can just tell by his size. No surprise, he is one of their power guys. 351 batting average, 17 doubles, 9 home runs. A team best 50 runs batted in. Good eye at the plate, too. 24 walks, just 28 Ks.
And this ball is well hit out to right field. Romeo is going to watch it go. And Kaiser with an encouraging shout towards his dugout and the benches. The Rattlers lead it 1-0. That ball got out of here in a hurry.
No doubt as a left the bat. Off speed, left up.
Out
Hester
over the plate.
missed his spot.
Yep.
And you can't do that to really any opposing cleanup hitter, and especially one with the power of Jack Kaiser with his 10th homer of the year.
St. Mary's takes the 1-0 lead here in the top of the second. A lusty cheer from their fans. And that'll bring up Donnie Perez, the left fielder. Perez, 6 foot, 195-pound redshirt freshman righty out of Somerset High School in San Antonio. And he rifles the first pitch into center field for a base hit. Eric Hester was completely in control in that top of the first. Now he's had 2 balls hit really well against him.
Remember, he's only giving up 4 walks coming in 65 innings. So you're not going to be able to work a lot of counts to your favor. So why not go after him early? And that's what these first 2 hitters of the inning have done.
Angel Vega is the DH today for the Rattlers. 5'11", 195-pound junior righty from El Paso. Transfer from New Mexico Junior College. Takes first pitch low and away, ball 1. Perez does not have a successful stolen base on the year. Coach Meagle doesn't run very often. Just 29 stolen bases by St. Mary's this year. They've been caught 13 times. Vega takes strike 1, count evens.
St. Mary's may be the 4 seed, but they haven't played like it. We've already mentioned they swept A&M International to ensure the final spot in this Heartland Conference tournament. But before then, had played well also.
Takes strike 2. They've just been a very inconsistent team. They won against number 16 Henderson State. They went on the road and took a game off of Lubbock Christian, but they also dropped a game at home to Oklahoma Panhandle State, which was the Cowboys' only conference win. And they really almost lost to that series. 1-2, outside, Vega not biting.
If you go back to after they got swept at St. Edwards, they've been playing their best baseball since. They won at Angelo State, the regular season champs of the Lone Star Conference. Won 2 of 3 against Oklahoma Christian, 2 of 3 at Fort Smith, and then swept A&M International. So they've won 8 of 11.
2-2, inside, count is full. Yeah, this is not a typical number 4 seed, but just speaks to the depth of the Heartland Conference. And Lubbock Christian, Oklahoma Christian, 2 of the new schools. Lose Incarnate Word, gain a couple of schools like that. It's a tough place to play baseball. Payoff pitch, runner goes, and it is outside, ball 4. Eric Hester issuing the walk. Can't remember the last time we said that. Rattlers 3 up this inning. All 3 have reached base. They've already got 1, and they're looking for more, and Joe Olson going to head on out to the mound.
Well, I think you mentioned Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian, who we'll see later. I think, I don't go as many years back as you do with the Heartland. This is probably the best top 4 the Heartland has had, well, I know in quite a while. And you said it speaks to the depth of the league. Lubbock Christian's ranked 4th in the region, St. Edward's 3rd. And then you have a St. Mary's team that's just now coming together. We've already talked about how Charlie Meagle had to take a leave of absence for 6 weeks to take care of family, and it's a young team gelling. And Oklahoma Christian's had a very good conference season. In fact, they swept A&M Kingsville to begin the season, and Kingsville's ranked number 2 in the region. So a great 4 teams here.
Toppers looking for the bunt, not being offered by Zach Johnson, takes ball 1. I mean, you talk about St. Mary's, a program with all this tradition, the 4 seed. They were the regional runner-ups last year. I mean, this is a good ball club here. Records in seeding notwithstanding. Zach Johnson getting the start in right field today. 6'3", 210-pound redshirt sophomore righty. Takes strike 1 on the outside corner there. Hester with something off speed. Johnson from Austin, Texas, a transfer from right up the road in McLennan Junior College up in Waco. Toppers would love a double play here. Watts is even with the bag at third. JD already in on the grass and creeping forward. 1-1. Johnson fouls that off at home plate. Big hack. Not showing bunt at all. Well, we don't have the sacrifice statistics for the Hilltopper Rattlers, but they don't like to give up a lot of outs. 1-2 to Johnson. Line just foul up the right field line. Hester will get a new ball. Runners will retreat. Count stays at 1-2. Nobody out. Top of the second inning. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for St. Mary's. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for St. Edwards. You know, David, they say the most important game in a double elimination tournament is to get that 2-0, but you got to win the first one to give yourself a chance. This ball is swung on and missed. Hester with his second strikeout. Big first out for the righty.
Well, if you lose this game, you have to win 4 in a row to win the tournament.
And that's just a lot of pitching.
A lot of pitching. Obviously tests any team's depth, regardless of how good that pitching depth is, and St. Edward certainly has that. You win this game, then you only have to win 2 more to be able to take home a tournament crown. And you get the much longer rest until your game tomorrow.
Keith Funk, the catcher, takes outside ball 1. 6'2", 195-pound redshirt senior righty from Reagan High School in San Antonio. They produce their fair share of collegiate athletes down there. Excellent high school program.
Well, the baseball up and down the I-35 corridor, say what you want about the driving on the interstate itself, is really fantastic all up and down Central Texas.
1-0 is pop foul out of play to our left. Yeah, there's just something about baseball in the warm weather states down here. You know, there's all kinds of talk now with sabermetrics and analytics, and they want to scout more up in the Northeast. And, you know, Mike Trout from the Northeast, best player in baseball arguably, but, boy, there's something about hard-throwing right-handers from the state of Texas and big sluggers.
Well, it does help when you can play in January.
Yes, it does. 1-1 is in there, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You know, we talked about Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian. I'm so happy that they're in the league now because it's made the baseball better. But not only are these 4 teams really good, it's going to force programs like Newman and Fort Smith, I mean, good programs, mind you, to even get better if you want to remain competitive in the league. So the baseball is only going to get better in this conference.
1-2 pitch, pop foul. First base side, JD will give it a look, and it will get out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's what you've seen in basketball, where 3 men's basketball teams made it to the South Central region, which was fairly unprecedented for the Heartland Conference.
Yeah.
Of course, women's basketball, Lubbock Christian, is just their 3rd season in Division II. They win the national title. So
nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. Just truly a dominating season that squad put up. 1-2 pitch is upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hester laboring a little bit here this inning, having to throw a lot of pitches, and I don't have my trusty weatherman here by my side, but it's close to 90 degrees out there. The humidity is pretty high as well. A little bit of rain this morning, just enough to get the streets wet. Now it's all evaporating. 2-2 pitch, low and away. Olson bluffs a throw. But now it'll be a full count with 1 out. Let's see what the Rattlers do here. Perez, the runner at second base. Pretty good wheels. Vega, the runner at first.
Well, the Apple weather report has it at 79 degrees. I'm telling you, it does not feel like 79 degrees outside.
No, it is warm. Payoff pitch. Runners are going. Strike 3, throw down to third, and that'll be a strike him out, throw him out. Boy, Donnie Perez just kind of gave up. But either way, that's a double play to end the inning. And the Hilltoppers escape with just the 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. Heading to the bottom of the second, it'll be the 6, 7, 8 spots due up for St. Edwards. They trail at 1-0. You're watching the Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. Back after this. Welcome back, everybody. First of 2 today. First of 3 days, Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament. Hilltoppers and Rattlers. We go to the bottom of the second inning. St. Edwards trailing 1-0. Chris Jones completes his warm-up tosses for St. Mary's.
And Cameron, St. Edwards getting a break to end the top half of the second because it was a hit and run all the way, but taken for strike 3 by Keith Funk. And Donnie Perez leaving from second base, it was like he was waiting to see whether it was going to be called ball 4. But because it wasn't, because he slowed down, it was an easy throw him out at third base. If he had that to do all over again, he would have run much harder.
For sure. Gable Whitaker takes up and away ball 1. Gable, 5'9", 155-pound junior righty from Bowie High School in Austin, Texas. I think Gable was 155 when he came to the Hilltop. He's bulked up a little bit, though. This roster's a little outdated. 2-0 to Gable. He was all set to be DH this year, and then Nick Larrick, who's on deck, was hitting so well they couldn't keep him out of the lineup. They said, "Hey, Gable, how about left field?" And he said, "Sure." And it was an adventure early in the year. He took some very circuitous routes, but an error-free season. 3-0 pitch to him is in there for a strike. You talk about the kind of hitter he is and the depth that you can just move this guy out in the left field to have him in the 6 hole. 3-1. Swung on, fouled out of play to the right. Count goes full.
And that can't be underestimated how hard that can be. You mentioned Brian Ramirez, leading hitter for St. Mary's, moved from second to short. Because you're having to take so much mental energy, I guess you can say, to play a different position defensively, it can affect you offensively.
3-2 is fouled out of play down the right side. Well, yeah, and Brian Ramirez from second base to shortstop, not near as big of a trade as going from catcher to left field.
Right.
Gable obviously not built like what you would call a traditional catcher, but that's a big change. Another payoff pitch. And a little bit low, ball 4. I guess it was low.
But to your point, he really, while the transition defensively was not seamless, offensively it really hasn't affected him much, and that's really a testament to his mental character, because it could easily affect a lot of players because you're thinking so much about the transition you have to make when you're on the field.
Here's Nick Larrick, the DH, 5'10", 195-pound redshirt senior righty from San Antonio, Texas, by way of A&M Corpus Christi. Can't check his swing, takes strike 1. Nick, what a campaign he put up. They didn't have a spot for him at the beginning of the year, but 7 homers, 5 triples, 8 doubles, slugging a cool .635. They'll find a place for you when you can do that. 0-1, just a lob throw over to first. Whitaker back easily. Gable does have 2 stolen bases in 2 attempts. Nick was just white hot to start the year, and obviously can't really keep up that pace, but still a very good season turned in by him. 325 average. Another throw over, a little lower that time. Kevin Mayo waiting on deck. Nate Turner in the hole for St. Edwards, trying to come back. You hear teams always talk about they want to answer when they give up that run. Getting the leadoff man on is pretty good, and already 2 walks issued by Jones. Larrick fouls that back. Boy, he was on it. That was a good cut. Just got underneath it.
Yeah, pulled his trigger just a little too late. He kind of made a facial expression knowing he had a good pitch to hit. Yeah, Chris Jones isn't someone who's going to overpower you. We talked about with Eric Hester on the mound for the Hilltoppers, because he doesn't walk a lot of guys, barely anyone, how St. Mary's may want to attack early in the count. I'm wondering if that's the opposite for St. Edwards, to stay patient, wait for your pitch to hit, and don't let how Chris Jones will locate inside and out rattle you.
0-2. Larrick has to protect. Long look. And the lazy move to first base. Every left-hander has the good move and the lazy one. Jones definitely pitching backwards, like you would say, throwing his changeup and his curveball earlier in the count, trying to set up that fastball. He's been kind of erratic with his location, though. Like to see the Hilltoppers wait on a fastball and drive it. 0-2 is low and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Coach Pinder's giving the signs from the third base coaching box. It's been an interesting year, too, working for the Hilltopper team. Well, I'll finish the thought after the throw over to first instead. When Coach Penders came to St. Edwards, they did a lot of small ball, a lot of sacrifices, a lot of running. The team has changed. I mean, these are some sluggers out there right now. They will hit that ball hard, but I think it's in Coach's DNA. He likes that. He likes the squeeze play. He likes hit and run. They just haven't needed it, but it's still there. 1-2 to Larrick. In on his thumbs. Good job fouling it off.
That's an excellent job fouling it off. For all the breaking off speed stuff, etc. we've seen from Jones, that might have been his best pitch of the day. There was some wicked break inside, and Larrick did a heck of a job just finding a piece of it.
Whitaker's short lead again at first base. Another 1-2 up and away, 2-2. It's one of those underrated things as a pitcher that you can do, is just to keep the runners close, make them take a short lead that maybe they can't take that extra base. They can't go first to third. You don't have to pick a lot of guys off or get a lot of caught stealings. Just if you can hold them to no extra bases. 2-2 again in on his thumbs, and again yanked foul. Larrick's put some good swings on the ball. He hit a home run last weekend against the Newman Jets. That is also, it's not quite in the orbit that J.D. Arrow would hit, but he really pounded one out. That really broke open that first game where the Hilltoppers clinched the regular season conference tournament, or the conference championship, excuse me. Another throw over.
St. Edwards is a long ways away, and it can be easily forgotten. Just a couple of months ago, they started conference at Oklahoma Christian and got swept in a doubleheader. So they were 0-2 in conference play. They won 23 of their last 25 conference games.
And this ball is well hit out into right center field. Cut off by the right fielder Johnson. He's able to fire it back in. It'll hold Larrick to a single. Whitaker races to third base. Credit Zach Johnson right there. He kept that from being a double and a run scored, but the Hilltoppers have him on the corners with nobody out.
What a heck of an at-bat.
Yeah.
We talked already about the couple of times that Larrick fought off pitches, real good pitches to the inside part of the plate, and they're just a good inside-outside swing on a pitch that got a lot more of the plate, and he just took it where it was, right into right center field to get the Hilltoppers going here in the second.
You hear that in just about every sport, right? Take what the defense gives you there, take what the pitcher. He wasn't going to hit a home run off that pitch, kept his hands back like you said. Pitcher gave him a single, and he took it. Well, here's Kevin Mayo, the second baseman. Kev takes on the outside corner, strike one. Mayo, 5'8", 155-pound redshirt senior from Austin by way of Cisco Junior College. Kevin had a rough start to the year, got injured in that opening series against Harding. Had to get himself healthy again and then round into form. This ball is stroked out into center field. It's going to fall in front of Brandel. Larrick has to stop at second. Whitaker scores. And the Hilltoppers have tied it up.
Well, there's a premium on location with a pitcher like Chris Jones. And they are just simply too much of the plate. And much like Larrick's hit, these guys, you mentioned how they can hit for power, but they're not looking to do that. They're just looking to get on base and try to get it to the top of the order where you have more power to get a threat going. And certainly 6, 7, and 8 have done the job so far to begin the second inning.
Mayo out of the 8-hole this year, 5 doubles, 2 triples, and now 22 runs batted in. Nate Turner also no home runs, only 2 doubles and 2 triples, but another 21 runs batted in out of your 9-hole. That's pretty impressive. And the Rattlers are expecting a bunt here. Jones will spin back. They've got the wheel play on. Ramirez running to cover third, and they want to crash Matt Smith in. You got to be careful with Nate, though. Nate's an excellent bunter, and he can turn a sacrifice into an infield single.
Yeah, you see the first baseman Kaiser's already on the grass in front of Mayo over at first base.
Nate all the way forward in the batter's box. Wants to get on top of the pitch before that curve or off speed can take effect. Long look in. Now he's ready. Squares. Big curveball. Ooh, drops in. Strike one. Thought that might have been a little high. Nate, 5'8", 155-pound senior righty from Pflugerville by way of Galveston Junior College. 312 batting average for the campaign for Nate Turner. And he was ice cold coming out of the gate. He was one for his first, I think, 25, somewhere in that range. He was really struggling.
Hit 329 in Heartland competition this year.
But even when he was struggling with the bat earlier in the year, he was having good at-bats. And, boy, there are not many outfielders that cover more ground than him. If you hit it into the center field, left center, right center gaps against St. Edwards, you better hit it really, really hard, because otherwise he's just going to get there. Takes great angles and has great wheels, too. 0-1. Again, Squares takes that low, kicks away from the catcher, but nothing doing. A lot of motion here by the Rattler defense. Kaiser charges in from first. Barnes racing over to cover second. We saw on the spin back Ramirez, the shortstop, was running to third. You can see where the defense is thinking that. They want to try to get that lead runner, but you can also scramble the defense and get guys out of position to make what could be a routine play, too. Top of the order waiting for St. Edwards. Jones taking an awful long time now. 1-1. Nate again squares, bunts up the third base line, and just going to trickle foul.
Well, that was his pitch to bunt because Jones finally threw him a fastball. He threw 2 tremendous breaking balls to start off.
Which school of thought do you take on pitching to a bunt there? Do you want to throw the curveball and hope that he misses it completely, or throw the high fastball and hope he pops it up? I've always been a curveball.
That wasn't a very high fastball.
No.
I mean, I think if Turner thinking about it, that's probably one he lays down fair more often than not.
Nate now has to protect. I imagine the bunt will be off, although Kaiser is still in on the grass. And this is something we saw the Rattlers do when they played down in Austin last month. Kaiser way off that first baseline. Good speed on the bases for St. Edwards. Larrick at second, Mayo at first. 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 looking. Third strikeout for Jones. Second one looking. And neither of the Hilltopper strikeouts, Watts and Turner, have agreed with our home plate umpire. But his is the only opinion that matters.
He's giving that call, I would say, in the lower part of the knees so far.
Well, that'll bring the top of the order up. Wes Harris, who started the Hilltopper inning last time with a single up the middle and was forced out at second on Joe Olson's ground ball to short. If Wes can repeat that trick, the Hilltoppers will take the lead. And takes on the outside corner, strike 1. Again, Brandel well over into left center field. The right fielder Johnson way off the line. It almost seems like they're wanting these right-handed hitters to pull the ball, but then Jones, I don't know if he's just missing his spots. There's a lot of pitches out over the plate. We saw Larrick already hit one out to right center field this inning. 0-1. Up and away. Going back pregame, David, we were talking about all the depth of this Hilltop, or the Rattler pitching staff, rather, all these guys that have been forced into throwing a lot of innings. You wonder how long of a leash Chris Jones is going to have in this ball game, because they do have a lot of other options. 1-1 is inside, 2-1.
It's a team ERA that St. Mary's has is 4.93. Jones at 4.31. No regular has an ERA better than 3.5. So Charlie Meagle does have a lot of options, but unfortunately for him, not a lot of great options, at least as far as the stats sheet tells us.
We've got someone up in the bullpen as we talk about it. Just some stirring, no one throwing at this moment, but that could change quickly.
This is Jones's 7th start, and he does have a couple of complete games on the year, but just 39 2/3 innings pitched coming into this contest today.
It's Nick Garcia getting loose in the bullpen. 2-1 to Harris. Fouled back into the screen. Another good swing. We've seen guys just miss it there.
Remember the at-bat to Larrick, he went inside a couple of times on this occasion, and after going with that fastball close to the outside part of the plate, see if he tries to bring that breaking ball in, and if Harris can survive it.
West having to protect, crouches down a little bit lower, chokes up a little bit on that bat. 2-2, breaking ball, slashed foul. Well, he was waiting on it, put a good swing. That wasn't a very defensive two-strike swing right there. He was looking to attack that.
Yeah, kept the breaking ball outside, too.
Boy, Johnson just in right center. I mean, a ball up the right field line, you could walk to third base. I'm not Coach Meagle. He's been doing this game a lot longer than I have. He's forgotten more than I'll ever know, but interesting way to play defense. 2-2 to Harris again. Another breaking ball, popped foul, right side. Could be trouble if it stays fair. Ooh. Boy, he was just trying to bloop one right down inside that line there.
Yeah, that's a way to try to poke one there. You have that big hole in the right side of the outfield. And then the left side of the infield as well, with the shortstop Ramirez trying to play close to second base. And by the way, that was already the 50th pitch thrown by Chris Jones.
Yeah, just some strange defensive positioning by some of these Rattlers players. Kind of goes against what we would, expect. Jones taking a long time between pitches here. Doesn't seem near as comfortable when he's forced to go out of the stretch. Another 2-2 to Harris. See if he tries to sneak a fastball in there. Long look, checks back to second. Once, twice, comes to the plate. Ripped past Ramirez into left field. Larrick being waved home. Here comes the throw. Not in time. Harris with the RBI single, his second base hit. Toppers take the lead.
Another really good at bat. And we mentioned, for as good of a pitcher Chris Jones is, the fastball's not his pitch. If he's going to throw it, he cannot leave it right up the middle. Harris just waiting on it, ripping it into left field to give St. Ed's the edge.
It's almost like these Hilltopper hitters, when they've hit that fastball hard, it's almost like they've been waiting for it, like they've known it's coming almost. And he'd thrown a couple of breaking balls in the previous 2-2 pitches. But right there, I mean, West was locked and loaded on that one.
And if you begin to miss your spot with a breaking ball if you're a Chris Jones, and the Hilltoppers then don't have to take that into account so much, then you can wait on that fastball. Because, again, the fastball is not going to overpower you.
Here is Olson. He reached on a fielder's choice to short last inning. Still first and second. A little bit wide. Ball one. Dangerous time here for St. Mary's. They've given up the lead. Still 2 runners on base, and the thunder is looming. And I don't just mean the weather.
Well, that's why if the bottom part of the St. Edwards order is doing what it does this inning and get on base, and we've already talked about the top 3 hitting 380 or better in conference play. What an advantage to the regular season conference champs. Put so much pressure on a pitcher.
Breaking ball soars outside. 2-0. Nick Garcia getting loose in a hurry for St. Mary's, and we're going to get a visit to the mound before the at-bat can continue here.
Well, this is a good visit. You're 2-0 to Olson. You have J.D. Arrowwood on deck. You have no place to put Olson, and already St. Edwards has a couple of runs on the board. Why not go out? A little pat on the back for Chris Jones just to try to calm his nerves a little bit. If you're St. Mary's, of course, you would love to limit the damage to just 2 runs, knowing the Rattler offense is awfully good too.
Well, this is that second time through the lineup there, and it's always a game within a game. How are the hitters going to adjust? How is the pitcher going to do anything different? I'm not seeing Chris Jones pitch any differently. Admittedly, we're only in the second inning and just two batters through the lineup again. But the Hilltoppers, just this inning, they've had three pretty hard hit balls. All of their base hits have been line drives.
The only out so far was the strikeout looking by Nate Turner after he got behind in the count trying to bunt the runners over.
And even though, guys like Mayo and Larrick, who didn't bat last inning, it's only their first time through, they've seen how he pitched the other guys. They can get a feel for it as well. So Jones, if he has some other ways to attack the hitters, he needs to think about it pretty quickly. 2-0 on the outside corner, strike one. Olson taking all the way. Joe is one of the most nonchalant hitters I think has ever come to the Hilltop there. Obviously, catcher, he wants the calls for his own pitcher. He never argues with the umpire, but you could never tell what the count is or how he's doing just by looking at Joe's body language.
How often do you see a catcher hit second in the order?
Not very. And catch most every game, too. 2-1, still a hitter's count. Olson takes way outside. 3 balls, 1 strike. It's a little bit strange not having Joe's mom and dad sitting right in front of us here because that's their spot at Lucian Hamilton Field down in Austin. They're there every single game. I saw his dad in the parking lot as I was getting into the stadium. 3-1 here. I imagine Joe has a standing green light from Coach Penders. He didn't even give him a sign. Here's the pitch. Sliced foul up the first base line. Look out in the Rattler bullpen. And the count is full.
Changeup that was just high enough that really Olson couldn't do too much with it. Just fought it off to make this a 3-2 count.
But he was looking to swing on the 3-1 pitch. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for St. Mary's. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Hilltoppers. St. Edward's looking for more here in the bottom of the second inning. 2 on, 1 out. Full count to Olson. Jones checks back to second. And here he comes. Runners off. Pitch is yanked to left field and deep. It's trouble if it's fair. It's out of here. Wow, just the 5th home run of the season for Joe Olson. Not much of a power guy normally, but he yanked that. If that's in any other ballpark, that's off the wall. But that 320 left field line.
Well, Jones didn't go fastball. He took something off, and I think really wanted to nibble the inside part of the plate. He just left it too far out. And it really wasn't a hard swing by Olson. You talked about it, really matching his personality, a relaxed swing but a powerful one that gets out of here over the left field wall, and a 5-run inning for the regular season conference champs.
Olson now 47 runs batted in on the year, 3rd on the ball club. Coach Meagle is out to the mound. Chris Jones's day is done. We'll take a timeout as the Rattlers go to their bullpen. You're watching this game on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. We'll be back in a moment. I'll throw it to you. And we are back Rattlers have gone to their bullpen in the bottom of the second inning. The new pitcher, number 32, Nick Garcia. 6 foot, 175-pound junior righty from San Antonio, Texas, by way of Richland College.
Numbers are not bad, 3-0, but an ERA of 4.24. He does have a save on the season. 34 innings pitched. He's allowed 30 hits, 17 runs, 16 earned, 9 walks, 27 strikeouts. Opponent hitting .238 against him.
And good luck when your first batter coming in is the Conference Player of the Year, J.D. Arrowwood, although he drops in a breaking ball for strike one.
Well, Chris Jones just lost control in that second inning with his location. That's his key. 5 runs allowed and an inning and a third.
0-1 to Arrowwood. J.D. takes up and away. Count evens 1-1. J.D. struck out swinging in that first inning. The walk to Gable Whitaker started this all off for the Hilltoppers. Couple of singles tied it, a strikeout, then another single, and a 3-run home run that probably went about 323 feet up that 320 left field line. This ball fouled straight back off Arrowwood's bat.
Nick Larrick's at bat was just huge because Jones threw him 2 really good breaking balls inside, and he fought them both off. They got a much better pitch to hit, single to right center, which meant runners on first and second with nobody out. And Jones didn't throw a pitch that good after that at bat to Larrick.
1-2, almost hit him. 2-2. Yeah, that he had a chance to get Nick and would have been a runner at first and 1 out. Instead, Kevin Mayo came up next. He hit a clean single to center field to tie the game up. He did strike out Nate Lookin after he tried to bunt him over. And then Harris fought off some pitches. RBI single eventually. 2-2, low and away, strike 3 Looking. J.D. not happy with Roger Adair's call.
Oh, it's been a pretty big strike zone. That's not the first time we've seen it. That's a pitch low. The 2-0 pitch to Olson looked outside from here was called a strike. So something the hitters have to be aware.
The low strike has been called today.
Yeah, but overall it's a fairly expanded strike zone from Roger Adair than what these hitters are used to seeing normally.
Well, here comes Romeo. He walked last inning, was stranded. 2 outs, nobody on base. Garcia trying to get out of the second inning with no further damage. And he will not escape without further harm. Romeo rips one into right field.
How about the top 4 hitters in this order? Although knowing Arrowwood struck out twice today, but that base hit for Cortina gives him a 17-game hitting streak. Olson's 3-run home run this inning, an 18-game hitting streak. And Wesley Harris, who's reached base twice, he has reached base now in 31 consecutive games. J.D. Arrowwood, a 15-game hitting streak. We'll have to wait and see if he can extend that.
Hilltoppers now have batted around this inning. Dylan Watts, the 9th topper to come to the plate. He struck out Looking to end the first. Romeo, good wheels at first base. First pitch way outside to Dylan. Romeo, 5 stolen bases this year in 6 attempts. Toppers, as I said, they don't run very much, but they're pretty efficient when they do so. 36 stolen bases. They've only been caught 10 times as a team. 1-0 pitch to Dylan. Where was that?
Yeah, that was called a strike earlier.
I guess it was inside that time. And our scoreboard hasn't even updated it there. They weren't sure. 2-0 to the topper third baseman. Cortina, very short lead. Watts fouls it off at home plate. 2 balls and 1 strike. There, they got it now. Hilltopper game day crew making the trip up I-35, as did the rest of us. Week out of class, and some of these youngsters, like our producer Casey next to us, still having to put in the work, but we're glad they're here. Throw over, and Romeo gets a little dirty.
Aren't the student interns paid, though, tremendously well?
Oh, gosh, they make like 6 figures. I mean, pennies, 6 of them. 2-1, runners going. Pitches a ball, throw down, not in time. That was all Romeo right there. Going on first movement, great jump. Pretty good throw down by Funk. Not the best pitch to throw on, but Romeo just too fast. His 6th stolen base of the year. To go along with, as I said earlier, the 18 doubles, 14 home runs. Second on the club, 54 ribbies. Not bad when your cleanup hitter can swipe you a base, too. Now Watts with a runner in scoring position and the 3-1 count. No one holding Romeo on. Dillon foul tipped at home plate. Count is full.
He was swinging all the way there.
Yes,
that was a pitch that was inside. He took a good early cut thinking he'd be able to get a better pitch to hit.
All the Hilltopper hitters now having to adjust from the softer tossing Chris Jones, the harder throwing righty Garcia. 3-2 pitch. Here it comes. Skied out to center field. Brandel starts to his right, drifts back to his left, and makes the play. So the Toppers are retired in the second, but it was a pretty good one. 5 runs, 5 hits, no errors, a runner left on base. 2 in the books. St. Edwards 5, St. Mary's 1. You're watching this game on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. Back after this. Welcome back to Red Murph Field, ladies and gentlemen. Cameron Cushwar, David Saltzman with you here. Hilltoppers now with the lead, 5-1. And Eric Hester, after that nice long break, gets back to work. First at bat of the game for Bo Barnes, second baseman for St. Mary's, 5'10", 188-pound junior righty out of Dallas, Texas. Barnes, 273 average on the season. Quickly, 0-2. First of 2 we're going to bring to you here today. Tomorrow we'll have 3 games. A loser's bracket game, a winner's bracket game. 0-2 kicks away from Olson, and then an elimination game after that. Second game tonight. Shooting for a 7 o'clock first pitch. That's in a little under 3 hours. Hopefully the weather cooperates. There's a lot of storms in Central Texas, but we're good here. 1-2 pitch, skied shallow right center field. Turner with the sunglasses, puts the glove up, and makes the play. And we'll go back to the top of the order for St. Mary's. Brian Ramirez, their shortstop. He struck out looking in the first inning. Off speed, stays upstairs, 1-0. Second time through the order now for Eric Hester. Let's see how he goes after the St. Mary's hitters. 1-0 pitch, Ramirez takes strike 1. Hester worked a 1-2-3 first, a strikeout, and a couple of slow ground balls to the middle infield. Jack Kaiser leading off the second with a mammoth home run for the Rattlers. This ball fouled off, 1-2. And then they followed that with a single and a walk. But then Hester got a pair of strikeouts. Second one being a strike him out, throw him out double play. Possibly a missed sign by Donnie Perez to escape any further runs. 1-2, a little bit wide, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And then in the bottom of the second, the Hilltoppers went walk, single, single, strikeout, single, home run. And that's how we have arrived at our scoreline of 5-1. 2-2, Ramirez sharply hit into left field. Watts with a dive to his left, just couldn't quite come up with it. Would have been very tough to throw out the speedy Ramirez at first base anyway. And that'll bring up Bryce Brandel, excuse me. Brandel grounded out to second, his first time up. Misses inside, ball 1. Brandel taking a quick breather in between pitches there. Inside, 2 balls, no strikes. And that's going to prompt a visit to the mound from Hilltopper pitching coach Jonathan Burns. He likes to be proactive, get out there early, not let his pitchers get into any more trouble if he can help avoid it. Burns, a decorated Hilltopper closer for a few seasons before he segued into the coaching staff for Coach Rob Penders. We're in the top of the 3rd inning here at Red Murph Field, campus of Mary Hardin Baylor in Belton, Texas. Glad you could join us if you're tuning in for the navy blue and gold or the canary yellow and royal blue of St. Mary's, or if you're just waiting for Oklahoma Christian and Lubbock Christian after this. Glad to have you. Can't do these broadcasts without you folks tuning in back at home, wherever home may be. Visit is over. Still 2-0 count to Brandel. And take strike 1. Hester steps off the bump for a moment, now back ready. Ramirez, short lead. He's not looking to run. Swung on and missed. Vicious hack there by the Rattlers center fielder. Olson thought about a throw down to first. Ramirez, the big secondary lead, but a left-handed batter, a little tough to throw around. Ramirez does have 7 stolen bases this year. He has only been caught twice, but Rattlers don't want to give away outs. They'll throw over, short lead. He's back easily. Two-two, poked into left field for a single. Ramirez has to stop at second base. Great piece of hitting right there by Brandel. Went out, put the fat part of the bat on the ball, served it out into left field, and the Rattlers have something cooking here again. 2 on, 1 out. And they're bringing up the heart of their order. Matt Smith, the third baseman, he grounded out to shortstop to end the first inning. Smith, team high 18 doubles on the year, team high 6 triples, only 1 home run. But he can hit the ball hard. Hilltoppers would love to turn 2. Smith takes strike 1 to start the at-bat. And Big Jack Kaiser looming on deck. Always like that verb when there's a big guy waiting. Looming. Sounds very menacing. Hester from the extreme first base side of the pitching rubber. 0-1. 0-2. Eric hasn't been exploiting that strike zone right below the knees as much as the Rattlers pitchers were trying to, but that one right there, he hit it. 0-2, sliced foul to our right. Smith will get another pitch. Smith digging back in. Yep, we'll throw back to second instead. You see this happen so often, David. There's no, there's no real scientific theory about it or anything. But when pitchers get a long break in the dugout, even though their team's scoring them a lot of runs, you see guys struggle a lot when they come back out on the bump. The location is just not quite as sharp. 0-2, way up and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Also, this is Hester's first appearance in a Heartland Conference tournament game. And at the same time, we've talked about it already with St. Mary's. Pitching has been fair this season overall, but their hitting's been awfully good, 316. So hard to keep this offense down for long.
1-2. Swung on and missed. That is Hester's 4th punch-out of the ball game. So he's bringing his strikeout stuff today. That's not normally his game, but hey, win in Rome. And now Big Jack Kaiser comes up, but there are 2 outs.
Well, Kaiser had the solo home run to give St. Mary's the lead last inning on a pitch that was just hung up. And Kaiser ripped it for his 10th home run of the season. And so certainly Hester has to be careful with him. He's now thrown 50 pitches.
Yeah, I bet Eric doesn't throw him that same pitch. I'm just going to go out on a limb. But he does get a fat one. He rips it into right field. Ramirez being waved home. Romeo guns it into the cutoff man. Doesn't opt for the play at home. It still allows Brandel to hustle into third. Kaiser with his 2nd RBI of the ball game. And it's 5-2.
Yeah, just a mistake. Pitch wasn't left as high as the home run, but was left just over the knees, and Kaiser ripped it into right field. Hester's not going to walk a lot of guys. We've already said that. 5 walks overall this season, but he just can't afford to leave so many pitches over the plate if he wants to stay in there long. This is a very good St. Mary's club offensively. We can't stress that enough.
Those left-handers just love that pitch down and in on the knees. It's so funny. Right-handed hitters, some of them do, but it's near universal. Lefties just like that spot.
Well, all of a sudden, after the 5-run inning, now you have the tying run at the plate.
And
this is still very much a game, and Perez has 9 homers this year.
Yeah, Perez can hit one out. And he rolls over, chops that foul past his coach in the third base box. It's in our video feed here. I don't know if our folks at home can see it, but we've got this pickup truck that pulled in almost straight out to center field. And looks like it has a gigantic smoker strapped down on the back. I really hope that's an Oklahoma Christian or Lubbock Christian fan coming to tailgate. Perez can't check the swing, 0-2. I hope there's some barbecue out there.
The pit is about twice the size as the bed of the truck.
Yes.
So this is why it's a shame that we had to start this first game at 3. If it started on 1, we'd have time in between. We could go out there and probably have some.
Absolutely. 0-2. Tried to climb the ladder, and Perez wasn't biting.
By the way, no one warming up in the St. Ed's bullpen, despite the struggles of Hester so far. Rob Penders having faith that his #1 starter is going to be out there for a while.
That the senior, that you can just slot him in there and he'll do the job. 1-2, low and away, 2-2. And you hear it also when pitchers get a good lead out there. Throw strikes, pitch to contact there. Well, it's not quite that simple. You can't just throw a strike and let a guy hit it. You don't have to nibble as much maybe. You don't have to try to make as many perfect pitches if you have a good lead, but you still can't just throw meatballs. 2-2, popped, right center field. Romeo settles under it and puts it away. But the Rattlers get a run back on 3 hits, no Hilltopper errors, 2 runners stranded. 2.5 in the books. The new score, St. Edward's 5, St. Mary's 2. 2016 Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament. We'll be back after this timeout. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Cameron Cushore, David Saltzman with you here. Bottom of the third inning. Garcia out for his first full inning of work for the Rattlers. Toppers lead at 5-2. Gable Whitaker started the 5-run explosion last inning by drawing a walk. See if he can do it again here. Nope. Rolls over the first pitch right to short. Ramirez takes his time, throws over. Boy, that got really close. Very nonchalant. But Gable out by half a step.
Quite close. It's a play where you think it's going to be an easy out. By the time the ball's sailing over the first base, you realize Gable's awfully close to touching that bag first.
Ramirez with a great arm at shortstop, fielded it cleanly. Just kind of took that extra step and that extra pump. One pitch, one out. Here comes Larrick. Shows bunt. Takes it for a strike. Nick had that great at-bat last inning. Fought off a few pitches. Ended up seeing 7 in the at-bat. Rifled a single out into right center field. That put runners on the corners with nobody out. Takes strike 2. Nick scored on Harris's single into left field. And Hilltoppers third in the region, like we said, a chance to host and getting a little help so far.
So there are 3 regions, of course, in the South Central, or 3 conferences, rather, the Heartland, the Lone Star, and the RMAC. And St. Edwards, you said third. A&M Kingsville second, but they trail West Texas A&M 3-0.
1-2 is inside, 2-2.
Yeah, Rob Penders thinks there's an outside shot St. Edwards can host the NCAA tournament next week. I don't think there's any question they're going to get at least an at-large berth if they don't win this conference tournament here in Belton. You'd have to have Kingsville falter and Colorado Mesa, who's the top-ranked team in the region, to falter as well. Mesa plays later tonight.
2-2, Larrick pop foul out of play to the right. But stranger things have happened in tournament play.
Colorado Mesa being number 1 in the region, I think it's hard to argue against that. Their non-conference slate was awfully good. They won a series against nationally ranked Dixie State, also at California Baptist. That's helped them out.
Larrick takes strike 3 looking. He just got frozen right there. He was not expecting that pitch.
Yeah, Garcia's pitched well so far. Yeah, Kingsville is ranked number 2 in the region, which is a bit of a surprise. Number 1, they didn't even win the Lone Star Conference. That tournament's being played in San Angelo, where Angelo State won the regular season crown. And you look at Kingsville's schedule, they have some solid wins. They got swept by Oklahoma Christian at home to begin the year.
First pitch to Mayo, up and in, ball 1.
St. Edwards went down to Kingsville earlier this season and whipped them 14-1, although Kingsville returned the favor in Austin with a 9-6 victory later.
Mayo takes a strike. Count goes to 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, the 2 teams pretty close right there, but just on balance, Kingsville, I mean, if you're splitting hairs, wouldn't you reward the conference winner? That's kind of how that thinking goes, at least in my mind. Mayo behind 1 and 2.
Unfortunately, it may not matter if Kingsville falters in that Lone Star tournament. West Texas A&M, by the way, is ranked 6th, so that's a really big game for them. Colorado School of Mines is ranked 7th, and they're in the RMAC. They lead 4-0 in their game.
Mayo, a one-hopper, short hop Ramirez into left center field. We'll see how that's scored. I got to think that's going to be an error. Yeah. Ramirez waited on it. He let it gobble him up. I don't know if he could have come in and caught that on the line, but didn't get in front of it. Gave it the old Olay. Well, he owes 40 sit-ups.
Converted from his normal position at second base earlier this season due to injuries on the Rattlers staff, and it's been a hard adjustment at times. That's his 20th error of the year.
That'll get Nate Turner in the 9-hole up for his second at bat. Nate struck out looking last inning. First time he'll have faced Garcia here. Nate lines this fair up the right field line. This is going to be extra bases. Mayo will be held up at third. Ooh, almost took a fall rounding that. Turner with a seeing-eye double. Just the second extra base hit for the Hilltoppers. And Kaiser, as I said, he plays way off that first base line. He was almost in position to make that play there, but Nate just whipped it past him.
Yeah, hard to see if you're watching, but I think that's excellent by Rob Penders to hold up Mayo at third. Zach Johnson did a heck of a job. He was playing well off the line, really busting his tail getting to that ball. And a nice throw to the cutoff man in Kaiser. A good throw to home would have been able to get Mayo out.
Well, if that gotten past Johnson, that's an inside the park home run, the way Turner runs. Harris up for his third at bat of the game here in the bottom of the third inning. Takes ball one. West has singled twice, once to center, once to left. He's driven in a run and scored a run. 1-0 pitch. Low and away. 2-0.
So kind of going back to our conversation about the NCAA tournament, for St. Edwards to host, of course, it's up to a committee. They'd have to win this conference tournament, you think. Kingsville would have to falter in the Lone Star Conference, and perhaps Mesa wouldn't even have to get to the title game for them not to host, because they're a pretty solid number one in the region.
That ball fouled back into the net. Well, that's really probably the Hilltoppers' only argument, because if the team ahead of you wins, it's pretty hard to argue dumping them down. But all that St. Edwards can control is what happens here in Belton, Texas. They're going to have to win and hope everything else breaks their way. 2-1, hitters count. Harris goes the other way, but fielded nicely by Barnes. Flips over to first base in time, 4-3. Toppers threaten. They get 2 on with 2 outs, but can't bring them in. No runs, a hit, an error, 2 runners left on base. 5-2 through 3 innings. When we come back, David Saltzman is going to take you for the next 3 innings. You're watching this game on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. We'll be back after this.
Field on the campus of the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor here in Belton, Texas. Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament starting today. We're glad you're with us. The first of 2-seed Lubbock Christian, 3-seed Oklahoma Christian, the nightcap. That first pitch will be at approximately 7 o'clock. We were pushed back 2 hours, our first game here today, due to rain earlier in the Central Texas area. First pitch to Angel Vega is ripped to left center, and a running grab made. Nate Turner. Cameron had mentioned it earlier in the game, just how much room he is able to make up with his speed in the left and right center field gaps, and what an example there. Against most defenses, that knocks off the wall, and that is at least a double, as Vega gave it a great ride, but a long out for out number 1 here in the 4th. A 5-2 lead for St. Edwards. Hilltoppers out hitting the Rattlers 7-5, and the Rattlers have committed the only error in the game. Eric Hester on for his 4th inning of work. Starting pitcher for St. Ed's. A swing and a miss, and the count now is 1-1. Hester has been up and down. His offense, though, the story of the game after a 5-run second inning off of St. Mary's starter, Chris Jones. And that pitch is ripped. Whitaker to the wall. Oh, and off his glove. It'll trickle to the left field line, and on his way to second is Johnson. When that ball left the bat, I thought that was out of here. It died, and Whitaker was able to make up ground, but unable to make the grab, and it'll be an error on the St. Edwards left fielder.
If that ball had been hit earlier in the game, it probably does get out of here. You can see the flag in left center field is just at a dead standstill. Gable got there in plenty of time. I think he just closed his glove too early. Looked like he hit right off the heel of the glove, and I cursed him earlier in the game. I said he'd made the transition from catcher to left, hadn't made an error there. That's on me, Gable. Sorry.
St. Mary's is continuing to hit the ball well against the St. Edwards ace. First pitch strike to Keith Funk, who struck out looking his first time up. Bo Barnes on deck. St. Mary's the 4 seed in this tournament, a 20-10 Heartland Conference record. 0-1 pitch. Framed on the corner by Olson, but could not get the call, and it's now 1-1.
Is the strike zone shrinking a little bit as this day has gone on? It's almost like it was too big early on, and now Roger Dare's bringing it back a little, like a soccer referee calling things a little closer.
You ref soccer games. Would you do the same thing? Check swing, but couldn't lay up. On a good breaking ball from Hester, it's 1-2.
I certainly try to do that. I referee adult soccer. I would like people to play like adults, but I will say, if I need to bring it back, I pull it way back to make a point.
1-2. And that's called strike 3 on the outside corner. 2 away in the 4th as Keith Funk goes down.
You talk about referees in sports like basketball, football, soccer. You can arguably call a foul every single play if you really, really want to. Now, no one wants to do that. You don't want to have a game of nothing but whistles, but it can be done. And, yeah, sometimes I will break out that trick. Topper is bringing getting a little bullpen activity out there. Left-hander up and throwing.
First pitch to Bo Barnes. 1-0 the count. Barnes flew out to center to lead off the 3rd. Runner at second is Zach Johnson, who reached on an error by the left fielder Gable Whitaker. 5-2 is the St. Edwards lead here in the top half of the 4th.
Trying to see who's down there. I believe it's Stuart Springer.
1-0. Check swing. Appeal to first, no swing, and it's 2-0.
It's nice having the full umpiring crew out here. Normally it's just the two, and when there's a runner on base, the first base umpire has to go out into the field, and you'll see catchers appeal down for the call all the time, but the umpire will be out at second base. But now this one just on the right field line.
2-0 the count with 2 away in the 4th. Fly ball right field. Carrying well to the track, and Cortina couldn't see it, and it drops in front of him. Sliding into second is Barnes, and Johnson scores. Second mishap by a St. Edwards outfielder, and St. Mary's has cut the lead to 5-3. This will be ruled a hit as Cortina lost it in the sun at the last second.
The vagaries of the scoring rule right there. If he doesn't, make contact with the ball with his glove or anything, it has to be scored as a hit. So a very long, I can't really call that a bloop, but certainly a surprise double, and Rattlers refusing to go away. It is Stuart Springer in the Hilltopper bullpen.
It's another tying run at the plate, and Brian Ramirez, 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored, came in at team best .372 batting average.
You wouldn't expect St. Mary's to take it easy. This is a Battle of the Saints kind of game and all.
Ground ball left side. Ranging to his left, Watts, and the throw in time to get Ramirez. So St. Mary's takes advantage of the mishap by Whitaker, and then the blazing sun shining into right field to get a run on a hit with an error and a man left. 5-3 is the St. Edwards lead through 3.5 on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. St. Mary's putting single runs together in the second, third, and fourth, and the fourth seed Rattlers from San Antonio are right back in this one, trailing 5-1 after a 5-run second inning by the top-seeded St. Edward's Hilltoppers. But now 5-3 is the score as we head to the bottom half of the fourth. And Nick Garcia, on in relief for St. Mary's, has pitched well, keeping the Hilltoppers off the scoreboard. Rattler starter Chris Jones giving up 5 earned runs in an inning and a third. The big blow, a 3-run homer by the man at the plate who'll lead off the fourth, and Joseph Olson. That's a fastball high, and it's 1-0.
You know, the Hilltoppers have left 5 runners on base through these first 3 innings. Last inning, they left them on second and third. First inning, they left them on first and second. They've had a chance to score a lot more runs. I mean, they're still leading right now, but could be a lot more secure of a lead.
1-1 is the count. Arrowwood on deck, followed by Cortina. Big cut. That's some good late break, and the count is 1-2. Nick Garcia allowing 2 hits so far in an inning and 2/3 of relief. 2-2 now. Winner of this game will play tomorrow in the winner's bracket game at approximately 3:30. Loser comes back and plays at noon tomorrow. Pop foul to our right.
At least the loser of this game gets a chance to go and have a normal dinner and gets to their hotel and get some rest. The loser of our second game tonight, you're talking about like a 10-hour turnaround.
Well, right now the first pitch is scheduled to be at approximately 7 o'clock. This game, though, not at the quickest pace, so the nightcap may start later than 7 between Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian, the 2 and 3 seeds, as the count is now full to Olson. Talked about the regional rankings, St. Edward's third. Lubbock Christian is fourth. Looking good for an NCAA berth, but not there yet. This is a big tournament for them. As Olson fouls it back, and the count remains full. Much like St. Mary's, you think Oklahoma Christian, of course, has to win this tournament to be able to play next weekend.
When you talk about like a team like St. Edward's, yeah, they're going to be in the NCAA tournament next weekend. Obviously a chance to host still, but they certainly want to go in with their tails up. No one wants to lose a game.
That has popped up sky high. And Garcia is called off by the third baseman, Matt Smith. 1 out in the fourth.
Let's see if JD can get off the schneid here. He has struggled a little bit to start this game. And, you know, Arrowwood, he's struck out some times this year. He's had some games where he hadn't looked very good. But, boy, just one swing of the bat, that's all he needs. He's in scoring position when he comes to the plate.
Last season's Heartland Conference Tournament MVP is 0-2 with 2 strikeouts. Struck out swinging against Jones in the first. Struck out looking on a call he argued about with home plate umpire Roger Adair in the second. Took something off in an early swing by Arrowwood. He misses.
The St. Mary's pitching staff likes the off-speed pitches, and not a lot of fastballs from Chris Jones. Garcia kind of working backwards as well. Wind picking up here as well.
Skied foul over to our left, right. The wind really.
You can see it. You can see the folks' hair and umbrellas moving here. We got an umbrella being turned inside out. It is gusting all of a sudden.
Yeah, it is quite sudden from our right to our left. And right, some umbrellas are not surviving this wind, being pulled inside out. 0-2 pitch above the belt high.
So going out to left field right now, anything hit that direction is going to get a little extra oomph.
We had rain here before the game, forcing this first pitch to be at 3. As Arrowwood swings and misses, Funk holds on, and Arrowwood with 3 strikeouts so far.
With the hat trick. And not the good kind.
Looking at the radar, there's really no rain approaching us, but the wind again picking up. As there's 2 away now in the fourth for Romeo Cortina. He's reached base both times. Walked in the first, singled, stole a base in the second, but he has been left on twice. How about the pitching of Nick Garcia, helping to keep his Rattlers in it. Oh, good breaking ball right across the plate, 0-1.
Now we're talking about the second time through the lineup for the Hilltoppers batters seeing Garcia. But he's looking good.
Again, sky high. This is in foul ground in front of the St. Edwards dugout and just out of room for the catcher Funk and the third baseman Smith.
Hilltoppers. Oh, sorry, David. Some defensive swings right here. They're not seeing the ball as well, or there's that late movement on it there, but they're not attacking Garcia like they were Jones. They're just trying to stay alive and fight it off.
It's an 0-2 count now to Cortina. Hilltoppers 5 men to the plate in the first, 9 in the second, 5 in the third. But Garcia a pitch away from getting St. Edwards 1-2-3. We'll have to wait as that pitch is fouled back. 4-0 West Texas A&M over A&M Kingsville in the Lone Star Conference Tournament. Oh, now 5-0 as another run on the board. That's in the 6th. Colorado School of Mines leads Colorado Pueblo 4-2 in the second at the RMAC. And that's on the campus of Colorado Mesa in Grand Junction, Colorado. 0-2. And that is lined to right field. That'll be a base hit. Nice job by Johnson to cut that ball off, but Cortina, with his second consecutive single, he's been on base all 3 times up so far.
Good piece of hitting right there. Garcia got way too much of the plate with that one on an 0-2 count. Romeo wasn't looking for the home run, just served it out in the right field. Johnson, another good play, cutting that ball off, because if that gets past him, you know, there's nothing there but the wall, and Romeo can really move.
So the Hilltoppers look to put together a 2-out rally here with Dylan Watts at the plate. He's 0 for 2, struck out and flew out. That breaking ball has some good late break. There's a number of these Hilltopper players swinging over the top.
They're not getting cheated up there. These guys are taking some hacks.
Wind continuing to blow, not as gusty, but from right to left. 0-1. The count with 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th. Time was called before that throw to first, although Cortina did not have a big lead. Cortina stole a base in the second, his 6th of the year. Two games today, 3 tomorrow, and at least 1 on Saturday. Cortina was leaning a bit to second on that throw, but not too far off the bag. He was able to get back safely.
He's already got that 1 stolen base. Love to get him in scoring position with 2 outs. Try to make a run out of nothing.
That's grounded foul outside the third base line. St. Edwards has won 9 in a row, 16 of 17. The only loss in that stretch to Texas A&M Kingsville, in which the Hilltoppers committed 4 errors, allowed 5 unearned runs, and a 9-6 loss.
Yeah, and that was a midweek game too, so not your weekend ace on the pitching staff. Not to excuse it or anything, but losing a midweek game it's a little different than.
You would think perhaps if St. Edwards would have won that game, they would have swept the 2 games with Kingsville, and it would be St. Ed's ranked 2nd in the region and not 3rd. But Kingsville, as mentioned, trailing West Texas A&M at the Lone Star Tournament as we speak, 5-0. 0-2 pitch. Good job to lay off that breaking ball. It's 1-2 now to Watts. The pitch from Garcia, and that'll bounce away from Funk. Now Cortina in scoring position with 2 outs on the wild pitch.
Nothing Funk could do right there. That was the always popular 58-foot curveball. All that spin on it, hitting the ground way out in front of home plate as well. And it's not a stolen base, but same result.
It's an opportunity here for Watts to drive in a run. 41 runs batted in coming in. And quietly, 9 home runs on the season. Some clouds now shielding the sun that hurt Cortina defensively in the top of the fourth, unable to snag a long fly, which led to the St. Mary's run to make this a 5-3 game. 2-2 the count to Watts. Fouled off to our right.
Dylan is really putting some hacks on the ball right there. He's just not quite squaring it up. If he does get a hold of one, if he can yank it into that breeze blowing out to left field, he could hit the ball a long way.
Cortina at second. Watts really making Nick Garcia work here. 2-2 the count with 2 outs. And the pitch. Chopper towards second. Barnes there. And the underhand throw in time. 6 left on for St. Ed's. No run score in the fourth. 5-3 the Hilltopper lead as we head to the fifth here at the Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. A 5-3 lead for St. Edwards over St. Mary's as we head to the fifth. And Cameron Kushwar, one thing we know is that a starting pitcher will not get the win here in Game 1 of the Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament because there's a new hurler on the mound for the Hilltoppers.
Coach Pender's going to his bullpen, bringing on another one of his starters, but just out of the pen. Number 27, Stuart Springer, 6'2", 215-pound redshirt junior lefty from San Antonio originally by way of Virginia Tech. Stewart on the season, excellent numbers, 8-1 record, 2.11 earned run average. This is his 17th appearance. 11 of them have been starts. He's pitched 68 1/3 innings, 58 hits, 24 runs, only 16 earned. He's walked 20, but he has struck out 60. Opponents batting a meager 230 against him, going with the hard-throwing lefty after starting with the finesse right-hander. And Eric Hester today just not his A game.
Now Hester allowing 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, and 4 innings of work. And so the first man to meet Springer is Bryce Brandel. It's a 1-0 count to Brandel, who singled and was left on base in the third. Brandel, Matt Smith, and the cleanup hitter Jack Kaiser for St. Mary's to start at the top of the fifth. Strike call, 1-1.
And the wind has shifted completely around at this point. Now it is coming in from kind of center, blowing across to the third baseline. Oh, Central Texas weather.
Good breaking ball as Brandel swung over the top, and it's 1-2.
We talked earlier about how winning that second game is so important, but you got to win the first game. You can get through this tournament in as few as 3 games. If you lose this one, you have to play 5 in order to win it. And pitching depth is such a big thing right here for the Hilltoppers, having 4 starters that they could go to with Colin Sherrod's return. That was going to be a big advantage for them. Now going to Stuart Springer here for some long relief kind of cuts down their options the rest of the weekend.
Appeal over to third and check swing call by Brandel. That was close.
Javier Cantu at third base. Boy, I was ready to ring up Brandel here, but I'm in the press box. My call doesn't matter.
2-2 the count. Leadoff hitter here in the top of the fifth. Weekly hit on his knees. Watts, and a wild throw will get by Arrowwood. On his way to second is Brandel. Likely that is a single, and an E5.
Yeah, right off the end of the bat, not hard hit. Dylan had to charge and move to his right with a nice sliding stop, but all that momentum, he was trying to push back the other way to make the throw, and I don't know that he would have got him. Brandel running very well, as you would expect from a center fielder. Hilltoppers just not helping themselves out in this ball game. The unearned run last inning. I was going back to Eric Hester. You kind of feel sorry for him there. I mean, an error and just a misplayed fly ball leading to a run last inning for St. Mary's. You know, is he still out there if he has a 3-run lead?
And we talked about the only loss in a month for St. Ed's. There are 4 errors leading to 5 unearned runs. Now with 2 errors here with no outs, top of the 5th. First pitch swinging. Matt Smith fouls it off to our right.
And Smith representing the tying run. Big Jack Kaiser is on deck. Just a 2-run lead. Hilltoppers with that big second inning where they chased Chris Jones. But since then, they've been pretty well handcuffed. They've left a lot of runners on.
0-1. And that's one of those low strikes we've been seeing. In fact, Smith looks back and wants an explanation, and he's behind in the count 0-2.
As an umpire, I mean, you got to think you're doing your job if both teams are ticked off at you. But
wind now blowing just about straight in as it continues to shift. Chopper right side. Arrowwood. Springer was late, and he doesn't cover it in time. Sliding to get to first base in time is Smith. It's a base hit. And the Hilltoppers are not helping themselves in the infield. Runners on the corners, no outs.
Looked like there was just a second of indecision between JD and Springer right there. I think Arrowwood probably could have taken it himself, but he wasn't going all out to get it to the bag. And Springer, just a late step coming off the mound. His momentum takes him to the third base side after he delivers. Boy, the Rattlers just refusing to go away, and a hustle infield single right there. They've hit 2 balls this inning, a combined, 170 feet, and they've got them on the corners with nobody out. Go-ahead run at the plate, a man who hadn't been retired in this game.
Kaiser, a solo shot, bomb to right his first time up. RBI single his second time up in the third. First pitch strike, 0-1 the count.
Harris shaded way up the middle at shortstop, and Mayo swung way over into the hole. Outfield playing him straight away.
Yeah, Hilltoppers would rather take the double play and allow the run. Good frame of that pitch by Olsen as it tags the outside corner, 0-2.
You got to figure that the Hilltopper bats are going to get some more runs on the board. I mean, 8 hits through 4 innings. They've left 6 on. They have had their chances. Just need 1 or 2 more breaks.
0-2. Just fouled back. Good cut on a fastball from Springer. That's a better matchup for St. Ed's with the lanky lefty and Springer at the hill, or on the hill rather, against the lefty Kaiser at the plate. Fly ball center, charging in Turner, makes the grab, tagging from third Brandel, throw to the plate on a hop, not in time. Sack fly for Kaiser, his 3rd run batted in, and the Rattlers have it within 1.
Good job by Arrowwood out there in position to cut that throw, holding Smith at first base. Made a really strong throw, but Brandel just a little bit too quick. Rattlers back within run. We'll have to see how the rest of the inning progresses, if that's an unearned run or not. You know, that matters towards the pitcher's lines, but all runs are the same on the scoreboard.
Springer took a motion towards third. I thought he was about to toss to Watts just to see, and now they will. And safe call by Javier Cantu. So making sure that Brandel had a foot on the third base bag as the catch was made in center by Turner. Single runs in now 4 consecutive innings for St. Mary's. They're within a run, go-ahead run, and Donnie Perez with 9 homers on the year. He's 1 for 2 today. Ground ball third off the chest of Watts. It bounces outside the third base line. Watts retrieves it. They're going to rule it a hit. That was a tough play, but the third time the Rattlers have had a runner on with a ball not leaving the infield.
That ball was hit really hard. It just ate Dylan up, going from that grass to the dirt. That's always where you get just a different hop. Not necessarily a bad one, but it just behaves differently. If he handles that play cleanly, it's an ideal chance to turn two, but as it is, another infield single. Rattlers now out hitting the Hilltoppers. We've been talking about how good the Hilltoppers have been swinging the sticks all season. St. Mary's, no slouch, as you pointed out a few times, and they're showing it here.
Angel Vega hammered a ball to center. Nate Turner made a tremendous running grab in left center for what was the first out of the fourth. Vega's 0 for 1, and it's a 1-0 count to him.
Almost 2 hours into this ball game here, and we're not even halfway through. Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian both here watching. I'm sure they'd like to go warm up, but they're going to have a while yet to wait.
1-0, and called a strike on the inside corner as Vega moved out of the way of that breaking ball.
Well, now I just don't even know from home plate umpire Roger Adair. Well, I'll just be surprised, as some of these hitters will.
Go-ahead run is on first after the Rattlers were down 4 through 2. We're just in the fifth. That's tap foul, and it's 1-2 to Vega.
And no activity in the Hilltopper bullpen. Stewart not being, he's not being tattooed there. Perez hit that ball hard to third base, but it was a ground ball on the infield. A couple of dribbler infield singles, a sac fly with the error. He's not pitching poorly. He's just getting unlucky.
1-2. And just chopped foul. That was a pitch well high, and Vega just did enough to stay alive.
Rattler dugout, they're all on their feet up against the railing there. They're really excited. Their fans making noise. We can hear it through the glass here. They had the lead. They would love nothing more. I mean, even if they don't win this tournament and get in the NCAA tournament, they would love to beat their bitter rivals.
1-2 the count. Popped up. Watts calls off Springer, makes the catch at the line. That is a big second out.
Infield fly rule called there, but Dylan went ahead and squeezed it anyway. Springer and Olsen both racing over to cover third base, with Dylan catching the fly ball.
And to make a good point, Springer has pitched well this inning. Infield hasn't helped him, and just the one hard hit ball that Watts couldn't handle over a third. Yet still not out of this yet. Zach Johnson at the plate. Reached on an error on a fly ball that was dropped by Whitaker on left. That came last inning, and Johnson would later score. He is 0 for 2. Count is 1-0.
Hilltoppers fielding percentage for the regular season, .967. Very good mark. They make a lot of outs that other teams would not get. There's some excellent fielders out there. Wes Harris, Dylan Watts, Nate Turner. But today, unfamiliar field, the high sun out there, the wind kind of whipping around. 2 errors and, maybe some other misplays. We'll leave it at that.
Base hit likely would tie the game. A 1-0 pitch, and that's just high. The high strike has not been there as much as the low strike today. Count is 2-0.
And apparently the belt is now high. Boy, can you imagine if an umpire actually called the strike zone as is defined in the rule book? Chest and knees, hitters would lose their minds.
2-0. 3-0 the count now to Johnson. Tying run on second is Smith. Go-ahead run at first is Perez.
Springer with 20 walks, tied with Sherrod for the team high during the regular season. 60 strikeouts, like I said, he can put you away, but he can get a little wild too.
That's in there for a strike. Watts playing well behind the third base bag, fairly close to the line. 3-1 to Johnson. Foul back.
Good rip. Line drive right back into the net. It's always a little strange just how baseball can be when you can just miss the ball. You have a great swing, you just miss it, is when you hit it straight back into the net. You know, it doesn't look like much. There's nothing tangible like a long fly ball with a warning tracker, something, but some of the best swings you can put on the ball when you just hit a line drive straight back.
So here comes the payoff with 2 outs and runners on first and second. Here it comes. Not close. Bases loaded for St. Mary's. 7th man of the inning coming to the plate in Keith Funk, but first we'll have a conference on the mound.
Well, no one throwing in the bullpen for St. Edwards, so they're just going out here to try and calm Springer down. You know, as far as the other pitching options, the Hilltoppers, you've got Hester, Sherrod, Springer, and Cam Stanton. All those guys threw at least 65 innings in the regular season. You know, and you knew that they were going to be your 4 starters. In the bullpen, Andrew Bowes has pitched 14 innings. Cam Hatch has pitched 24. Bryce Davis has pitched 27. After that, there's question marks out there. We know what Juan Cortina can do, but he was dinged up earlier in the year. You know, Evan Tubbs has got a fantastic arm. He struck out 7 in 5 innings, but he's only made 2 appearances, and he is a true freshman. A guy like Josh Guerra coming back from an injury, he's made 3 appearances, but only 2 innings pitched. You know, there's a lot of power arms out there for St. Edwards, but a lot of uncertainty as well. And after the 4 starters, the pitching depth might be tested.
Well, here's Funk, who struck out twice, but both those at-bats against Hester. Pitch from Springer right in there for a strike.
And as I say that, the bullpen is going to get up, and a guy I didn't mention, Vinny White Knight, jogging out there.
0-1 to Funk with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the 5th, and a run in. Dribbler foul behind the plate, now 0-2.
With all the hits and the walk, we can give Bryce Brandl's, we can say Bryce Brandl's run is now earned for what that is worth. Love how run can go earned and unearned back and forth during an inning.
An 0-2 count. Springer trying to get out of the jam. Chopper short. Harris throw to second in time. For the 4th straight inning, St. Mary's gets a single run. In the 5th, they got it on 3 hits, 1 error, and the bases left loaded. St. Mary's has now left 7 on base so far today. We have finally made it to the halfway mark. 5-4 St. Edwards at the Heartland Conference Championship on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. David Salzman, Cameron Kushwar with you. Game 1 of the Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament here at Mary Hardin Baylor, Red Murph Field. Red Murph, by the way, founded the Mary Hardin Baylor baseball program. And as a Major League scout, signed someone named Nolan Ryan to his first professional contract.
I've heard of him.
He wasn't bad. First pitch strike to Gable Whitaker as the Hilltopper lead is down to 5-4 as we've started the bottom half of the fifth. Whitaker 0 for 1, a walk and a run scored. This pitch sky high to left. Perez backtracking and under it for out number 1.
Nolan Ryan, third most wins all time by a pitcher or a right-handed pitcher born in the state of Texas. Do you know who's 2-1 on that list?
In wins, you're saying?
In wins, career wins for a pitcher.
Clemens is in the top 2.
Number 2.
He's number 2.
It is a contemporary of Roger Clemens, but not a guy that you would think of as a Texan.
I'm going to get it. Give me a minute. Here's Larrick. Singled and scored in the 5-run second. Struck out his last time up.
He makes his home in Las Vegas now. I'll give you that.
I was about to go Cy Young, but obviously he's not from Texas. So, okay, I give up. I've forgotten the answer.
Greg Maddux.
Greg Maddux.
San Angelo.
That's right. That pitch hammered to left. Going back is Perez, and he'll watch it go over the wall and gone. With the wind blowing in. Larrick, a solo shot, his 8th home run of the year, and St. Edwards leads 6-4.
Well, Nick Garcia has been so good out of the bullpen for the Rattlers. Hilltopper bats really, like I said it, they were not attacking his pitches. That might be what gets the dam broken there. There's activity in the bullpen for St. Mary's, but Nick, he saw that, he waited on it, he got what he wanted, and he did not miss it. You're right, that's a pretty stiff wind out there. Didn't matter. He crushed that ball.
Here's Mayo. That's line foul over to our right. The last 2 at-bats, 2 hardest hit balls off of Garcia for sure. That home run and the Whitaker long fly to left, which might have gotten out of here earlier this game before the wind started to blow in.
Trent Russo starting to get loose for St. Mary's.
1-1 to Kevin Mayo, an RBI single in the second. He'd later score, and he reached on an error in the third, so Mayo 1 for 2. Batting in the 8th spot of the order. 1-1 from Nick Garcia. Good breaking ball on the inside corner.
Kind of wondering what the weather's going to look like for our second game today. I'm expecting maybe some hail, maybe a typhoon. It's just been a weird day here, and there's still sun out.
1-2. Check swing. And an appeal to first, no swing, says Courtney Lawrence. 2-2 now the count.
This morning we had a little bit of rain. Like I said, it was very muggy and heavy when we started here. I stepped out in between the innings there a little while back. It's blown through. It's nice and cool.
2-2. Right up the middle, and it'll find its way into center for a base hit. Second hit of the day for Mayo, who's now 2 for 3.
And Kev's been on base all 3 times in this ball game. He and Nate and the 8-9 spot, they've done this. There's been so many guys who've done so well for the Hilltopper offense this year, but when your 8-9 guys have been on base 4 out of 5 times so far, you get your big guys at the top, a chance to bat with runners in scoring position. I mean, it is so much better when you don't just have an easy out at the bottom of the lineup.
Nate Turner doubled his last time up, and that was off Garcia back in the third. He's 1 for 2.
Kaiser out to stall and time waste and give Rousseau a chance to warm up. Rousseau actually starting to throw right now. I imagine that after Kaiser is sent back to first base by our umpire, we're going to get a visit from the pitching coach.
We'll see what happens here.
Just a little bit of gamesmanship, right?
Yep, with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. A 6-4 St. Edwards lead. Hilltoppers out hitting the Rattlers 10-9. 2 errors for St. Ed's, 1 for St. Mary's. Big hole on the right side of the infield for Turner. Takes that breaking pitch, which was about 6 inches shy of the plate. Winner will play at approximately 3:30 tomorrow against the winner of Game 2, Lubbock Christian, Oklahoma Christian. The loser plays at noon against the loser of our nightcap. 3 games tomorrow and at least 1 on Saturday. And, Cameron, you are correct. Looks like we may see a pitching change here as even on a 1-0 count, will have a conference on the mound.
Well, the Rattler pitching staff struggled when they were in Austin earlier this year, and throughout the year we've talked about their travails. But 12 runs in the first game against St. Edwards, 6 in the second. They allowed 13 in 6 innings in that third game right there, and with all the different guys that they've thrown out there, a lot of the times this year you get the feeling that they've just had to throw guys out there because they've had no other options.
It's one of those conferences, as you said, to perhaps give the bullpen time. Roger Adair is having to come out and break the conference up. And actually, they will keep Garcia in the game. Nick Garcia came on with 1 out in the second, after the Hilltoppers have put 5 on the board against Rattler starter Chris Jones. Joe Wilson's 3-run homer made it 5-1.
He's been great for him. He's held the Hilltoppers at bay, stranding runners. He's let his offense get them back into the game, but he's just running out of steam right now.
So it's a 1-0 count to Turner with Mayo on first. Throwback not in time.
We might see a couple more throws over there until Russo says he's good to go, and then we'll see the call. But yeah, there was a lot of this down in Austin, Texas this year. Mayo has 6 stolen bases this year, but he has been caught 3 times.
One 1-0 pitch comes. And now 2-0 the count. And you mentioned Trent Russo. He is the St. Mary's closer and their best man out of the bullpen. Warming up for the Rattlers right now.
A little surprising, Nate only 8 walks this year, but he's a really tough guy to strike out. Only 5 times this year, far and away the fewest strikeouts for the Hilltopper batters.
Two-0. Now a 3-0 count. Good news for St. Ed's fans over in San Angelo, where A&M Kingsville's trailing West Texas A&M 5-0 in the 7th at the Lone Star Tournament. Javelina is ranked 2nd in the South Central region, St. Edward's 3rd, as that outside hope for hosting the NCAA tournament is still there for these Hilltoppers. Number 1 seed in the region and top seed in the RMAC, Colorado Mesa, will play tonight at home. And a 4-pitch walk to Turner. Runners on first and second with 1 out.
Well, again, I don't want to get inside Coach Charlie Meagle's brain, but if you were going to make a pitching change there, why wouldn't you just waste a little time and bring on a fresh pitcher there? Because now you've just put another runner on base who runs very well, and you're getting up to the top of the order.
Wes Harris grounded out his last time up, but he's 2 for 3 with a run and a run batted in. And
here he comes.
Now here comes the 30th year head coach of this great St. Mary's program, and Charlie Meagle, and we will see a pitching change. So we'll take a break with them as the Hilltoppers look to add some insurance. A run already in here in the 5th on the solo home run by Nick Larrick. Kevin Mayo is at second, Nate Turner at first. There's 1 away, and St. Edwards with a 6-4 lead on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. David Salzman, Cameron Kuchwar with you. Third pitcher on the hill for St. Mary's. And Cameron, he is the Rattler closer in Trent Russo.
6 foot, 195-pound junior righty out of Lake Jackson, Texas. Goes straight south from Houston for an hour until you hit the beach. Lake Jackson, where the first Shipley's Donuts and the first Buc-ee's was
I thought the
founded.
first Buc-ee's was in Luling. You're sure of this?
From a Lake Jackson native told me that story.
I have been wrong then for years.
Well, that person could have been wrong too. Let's break out Google. Trent Russo on the season has a 2-1 record. It's all out of the bullpen. This is his 19th appearance, tops on the club. 3.41 earned run average. He's got 5 saves to his credit. 29 innings pitched, 25 hits, 14 runs. 11 of those runs are earned. 13 walks in the 29 innings, but 28 strikeouts as well.
Well, we talked about it, Cameron, how this is not the St. Mary's pitching staff of old. They've struggled, and whoever loses this game has to win 4 in a row to win the conference tournament. It would be very hard for St. Mary's to do that. And so Charlie Meagle going all out, and his closer, and Trent Russo, his best man out of the bullpen, is on with 1 out in the 5th, just trying to keep the Rattlers in it in hopes that the offense can pay dividends as this game goes along. It's a 1-0 count to Harris.
Both runners on base, of course, belong to Garcia, so we can't close the book on his stat line yet. But 3 excellent innings out of the bullpen for them.
63 pitches for Garcia, 38 for strikes. And that pitch just missed, 2-0.
He's trying to work up in the zone. He's looking in to his catcher and to the umpire, stepping back to the mound, ready to go. But high strikes have not really been there today. Russo with that 4-pitch fastball, he likes to work up.
2-0 is the count. And I guess the strike call there.
That looks like the same pitch that was a ball just before.
St. Mary's pitchers have thrown 123 pitches.
Whew.
We have 1 out, bottom of the 5th. And that's why we're only in the 5th in a game over 2 hours old. One reason why. Which is something because of the strike zone that has seemed to be expanded by Roger Adair. And yet, give these hitters credit, going deep in counts, both teams. And this game goes on here in the 5th.
Remember, at the top of the first, Eric Hester had a 1-2-3 inning strikeout and a couple of weak ground balls, and then all heck broke loose. An American League game, like you said.
That seemed like yesterday. 3-1, big cut. Count now full to Harris with Olsen on deck.
Coach Penders, he is just going all out right there. We've seen a couple of guys swinging on 3-0, 3-1 in this ballgame. He knows his hitters can do it. They can score a lot of runs, obviously, 10 hits in the bottom of the 5th inning, but Coach being very aggressive.
3-2 with runners on first and second. Runners going. Swung on and missed. Throw to third in time. Strike him out. Throw him out. And Trent Russo does the job. Then the catcher, Funk. The throw to third in time to catch Mayo stealing. And the Hilltoppers settle for just a run in the 5th on the solo home run by Nick Larrick. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left. 6-4 the St. Edwards lead through 5. We head to the 6th at Red Murph Field here on the campus of the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor. NAIA Power. The Crusaders hosting the Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament in 2016. And the Battle of the Saints, a good one, 6-4. St. Edwards with the lead. Stuart Springer on for a second inning of work. And a first pitch strike to Bo Barnes. 9-1-2 to begin the 5th, or 6th rather, for St. Edwards. And Barnes, Brian Ramirez, and Bryce Brandel. Little didn't mean to swing.
Barnes with a very exaggerated motion there. There's a lot of wagging of the bat and his feet and a lot of moving parts to that swing.
0-2. 1-2 now the count. Colorado State Pueblo has tied Colorado School of Mines in the RMAC tournament at 5. That's in the 4th. 1-2 pitch, called strike 3. Barnes disagreed with both called strikes in that at bat. He goes down for the first out in the 6th.
I thought the 0-2 pitch was better than the 1-2, but either way, probably a deserved strikeout right there.
So 1 away for the top of the order, and Brian Ramirez, who's 1 for 3 with a single and a run scored. Kingsville has put 2 on the board in the 7th, but they trail West Texas A&M at the Lone Star Tournament in San Angelo. 5-2 is the score as they play in the top of the 8th. First pitch to Ramirez outside, and it's 1-0.
Still some activity in the Hilltopper bullpen. Got a right-hander up. Look, I think that's Bryce Davis. Yeah, I can tell by the sidearm there. The netting covering the fence, obscuring the number, but Bryce has a distinct motion.
2-0 the count. Hard swing, popped up high, right side of the infield. Mayo right there, and there's 2 away.
You saw Kevin there using that second hand to hold it up and kind of block out the sun.
Yeah, whatever clouds were covering the sun about 20 minutes ago, those are gone. And so it's all sunny all around Red Murph Field except for the shadow from the light post just behind the St. Edwards dugout on the left side of the field.
And that wind is pretty steady blowing in right now. The flag is just straight out.
Bryce Brandel, ground ball right side. We're about to see a 1-2-3 inning.
Woo-hoo.
The first for anybody since the top of the first. We played 5.5, 6-4 St. Edwards. So St. Edwards and Stuart Springer doing the job, getting the Rattlers down 1-2-3 on the top of the 6th. Hilltoppers now look for some insurance. And this is the way to get it started, not just today, but all season long. 2, 3, and 4 to start the 6th, and Joe Olson, J.D. Arrowwood, and Romeo Cortina. That sliced foul beyond the right field line. 0-1 to Olson, his 3-run bomb chased Rattler starter Chris Jones in the 2nd. At the time, Hilltoppers led 5-1. For the game, Olson is 1 for 3.
You just get the feeling that
Hedesfeld way back towards Temple, 0-2 the count.
you just get the feeling that if the Hilltoppers can maybe put a couple more runs up there, that Stewart looked really good that past inning, and I mean, St. Edwards is probably the better team here. They've had the better season, but if they could just grab this game and wrap it up.
Big cut, foul back, and it's still 0-2 to Olson.
St. Mary's has hung around. You know, they scored first in this ballgame. They're just pesky. That single run every inning there. But, you know, we saw what the Hilltoppers could do when they were really swinging it in that second inning. They just absolutely murdered the starting pitcher.
Inside 1-2. I like that term you use, pesky. And just always fighting and staying in this one for head coach Charlie Meagle, who spoke to you before the game. Such a nice individual. And, of course, he's, as we await the 1-2 pitch, a grounder to a charging Barnes on to first in time. For those joining us now, we're just even only a few minutes back. I had mentioned Charlie Meagle left for 6 weeks this season, leave of absence to take care of his parents. And yet his team kept fighting and really reflecting the spirit of their head coach and able to fight, winning 7 of their last 9 just to get here as the 4 seed.
Well, you talk about a team losing their coach for 6 weeks and losing all their starting pitching from last year and those couple guys dropping out, all the turmoil they've had. They still won 31 games out of 50.
Well, look now, as J.D. Arrowwood's at the plate with no one on, they use the old major league shift. We've seen so much more of this. As you watch with us, the second baseman Barnes is way out in the outfield grass, and the shortstop, and Ramirez, is shaded towards the second base side of second base, or the right side of second base.
Yeah, he is on the second base side.
1-1 the count.
If JD hits a routine ground ball to where the shortstop would be, he's going to have an infield hit.
We see this shift so often now in the major league level. As the 1-1 pitch to the left side and bobbled by Smith, and Arrowwood's going to reach base. Well, the shift worked because Smith was right where he needed to be. He just couldn't handle the grounder, and it's an E5.
We saw some of the defensive alignments earlier in the game, and Jones, you know, either not pitching to it or just missing his spot. That time it worked perfectly, you know, on paper. But you still got to make the play. They don't play the game on paper.
So as we've seen that shift a lot more in Major League Baseball, Major League hitters are having to practice more and more something they usually don't do, and that's bunt. You're seeing a lot of those just bunts, even if it has good speed, as long as it can get down that third base line and stay fair, it is way too long a distance for the third baseman to cover to get even a guy like J.D. Arrowwood, who doesn't have the best speed, to be able to get him out at first base. Arrowwood, though, reaching on the air. He is 0 for 4 today. Yet represents an insurance run for the Hilltoppers. And a 1-0 count to Cortina, who is 2 for 2 with 2 singles and a walk.
Well, you know, you can say in a vacuum, the other team's slugger, hey, if he gets the bunt single, or in that case, reaching on an error on an infield ground ball, well, that's a lot better than a home run or something, but he is still on base. It's not in a vacuum. Now runner on with 1 out instead of nobody on and 2 outs, and
fly ball tailing towards right center. Long way to cover for Brandel, and nicely done as he makes the grab.
That wind held that up a little bit there. Brandel did have an awful long way to go, but you know, finishing the thought right there. Obviously, if Smith makes that play, this inning is over. But you know, sure, a bunt single is preferable to giving up a home run, but you know, you're still getting a runner on base, and if you don't get on base, you can't score a run there. I'm not sure I really like just giving away a free base runner like is happening in the major leagues. Like you say, the hitters have finally adjusted.
Here's Watts, 0-1 the count.
I remember first seeing those shifts there. You wondered, you know, why wouldn't a guy just do that? You know, why wouldn't Barry Bonds just drop down a bunt up the third base line? Obviously, he did pretty well for himself, but boy, some of those teams, you know, 2,000 shifts a season by some of the more analytically inclined squads.
Perhaps that tells you how hard it is to relearn the art of bunting, since you saw it so rarely in the majors. An 0-2 count now as that pitch is fouled off to our right.
Well, and they always do those shifts on the big power hitters there. I mean, when's the last time, you know, Bryce Harper put down a bunt, you know?
Right.
Of course, teams don't even shift against him. They're just walking him.
Bunch usually don't lead to much money by these Major League players. Runner going, and that is ripped towards left center, and that's going to be a gapper. Arrowwood on his horse, rounding third, and he will score as Dylan Watts stands with a 2-out RBI double.
I don't know who was more surprised about that, us or JD. Going on first movement there, the Rattlers defense completely unprepared for that. Dylan absolutely smoked that into the gap. I think JD could have scored anyway, but no doubt about it with the running start from first. Finally, the Hilltoppers with a 2-out base hit to pick that up. They'd left a lot of runners on with 2 outs so far in this ball game.
Well, I was on an 0-2 pitch as well that you're sending the runner from first.
Well, Dylan Watts leading off the next inning. You'll see that sometimes if you've got a pretty good hitter up there. Wouldn't be a bad idea if he got to lead off next inning if JD would have been thrown out there. But RBI double, definitely preferable.
And so Gable Whitaker 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. So after St. Mary's took a 1-0 lead in the top of the second on a Jack Kaiser home run, Hilltoppers put up 5 in the second. Then saw the Rattlers rattle off single runs in the third, fourth, and fifth. It was a 5-4 game, but now single runs for the Hilltoppers in the fifth and sixth. 7-4 is the lead. Lined foul off the netting to the right of the plate, and it's 0-2.
Already 20 hits now. We're in the bottom of the sixth inning, each team with a couple of errors. Not too terribly many walks issued. Just a lot of base runners out there.
Oklahoma Christian, Lubbock Christian, wait and wait for the nightcap here. Game 2. Pitch high, and it's 1-2. Larrick on deck. And the 1-2 coming from Russo. Tailing towards right center. That's going to drop. Rounding third, scoring is Watts. Hustling towards second and sliding in with an RBI double is Whitaker. Hilltoppers have their 4-run lead back at 8-4.
And remember, this started with J.D. Arrowwood reaching on the air. Everything this inning is unearned. Hilltoppers back out in front by 4 with another runner in scoring position. You always love to get ahead by at least 5 runs because then worst case scenario, grand slam, you're still ahead.
I still think the strategy by Charlie Meagle was a good one. Let's bring out your best man from the bullpen in hopes that your team can stay in it. You have a really good offense. And still we're only in the 6th, but all of a sudden it is a 4-run deficit yet again for St. Mary's after they worked so hard with those single runs in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th to make it a 1-run game.
Well, sometimes the other guy just has a better hand than you. You know, you gotta play what you have. And now, if you're the Rattlers, do you start thinking about, maybe you need to pull Trent Rousseau here and save him for the rest of your tournament? Do you maybe put in one of your trying to think of a nice way to say this, maybe one of your more dispensable arms out in the bullpen and just you still got to get the outs. There is no run rule in the conference tournament, so they still have to get 3 more innings worth of outs.
There is no one
for
in
either
the
team.
St. Mary's bullpen, right?
And no one heading out that way to warm up as they're conferring on the mound.
Long conference over. Whitaker at second. Larrick now comes to the plate, and looks like some stirring up is about to begin in the St. Mary's bullpen.
Well, they're sending the catcher down there, so in the bullpen right up against the dugout.
Kyler Lambert is running out there. Perhaps he will be the one warming up. An ERA of just over 7 for Lambert.
Lambert played right field one game against the Hilltoppers in Austin and came out of the bullpen.
It was 5-4 before Larrick hit his solo shot over the left field wall last inning. He's at the plate, 2 for 3 with 2 runs scored. Good breaking pitch, a strike, 0-1. They've hit the 9th in San Angelo, 5-2 West Texas A&M over Kingsville. And a score which will make Lubbock Christian fans happy. Colorado School of Mines now trailing Pueblo 7-5 at the RMAC tournament in the 6th. That pitch high. We're assuming St. Edwards is going to get the at-large bid to the NCAAs regardless of what happens here. Lubbock Christian looking good, 4th in the region. Colorado School of Mines 7th. And so Lubbock Christian would much prefer a Pueblo win, force Mines into the losers bracket of the RMAC. 1-1 the count to Lyric.
I just like the acronyms of the conferences. And acronyms in general, RMAC, RBI, ERA. So much easier.
Well, technically Pueblo is CSU Pueblo. Colorado School of Mines, though, does not have an acronym, so Mines for short, of course. And that 2-1 pitch sails high, 3-1. So here we have St. Mary's baseball. I failed to mention, but I will now. St. Mary's softball is taking part in the Super Regionals in Canyon against West Texas A&M. And looking to stave off elimination, they trail 1-0 in the 6th. That is pop foul and will be out of play. Count now full. West Texas A&M softball, by the way, ranked number 1 in the nation. St. Mary's, the regular season Heartland Conference champs.
Nick smacked the head of his bat on the dirt there after that swing. He had a pitch to hit and just missed it. And 3-1 green light. He does not get cheated. Nick Lyric takes a full cut. Right-hander and a left-hander up in the bullpen for St. Mary's.
Full count, 2 outs, runner on second, 2 runs in. Ground ball left side by a diving Ramirez in the left field. Rounding third, Whitaker will slide safely at the plate. And it's a 3-run inning for the Hilltoppers. They have their biggest lead at 9-4.
All unearned runs as this inning has progressed. And, boy, how about Nick Lyric? The season that he has had, there wasn't even a spot for him in the lineup. And he just came out of the gates hitting well and has continued to do it all year. Here in Heartland Conference Tournament, this is his senior year today. 3 for 4, 2 runs scored, 2 runs batted in already.
Remember also, Arrowwood was on first, 2 outs and an 0-2 count to Watts before he smacked that double in the left center. Double, single for the 3 runs this inning for St. Edwards. And as you mentioned, all unearned. 0-1 the count to Kevin Mayo, who's reached all 3 times. Once on an air, he's 2 for 3 with a run and an RBI. Fouled off to our right, and it's 0-2.
Kyler Lambert is the right-hander up in the bullpen. Jared Hodgson is the lefty. Hodgson, one of their starters this year for St. Mary's, made 7 starts. So, like I said, if they just throw someone out there to soak up some innings, he might be the guy.
Funk sets up inside, and, well, good job by Kaiser to snag that throw. Almost got by him.
Really good play, too. Almost able to get a tag down. But Lyric's sliding back in head first.
0-2. Pitch to Mayo. And now a 1-2 count to the 7th hitter of the inning.
Lyric with that big enough lead to necessitate a slide back. I always liked Lou Brock's story because he always took a short lead from first base. Do you know this story about Lou Brock? About why he took such a short lead?
I'm curious to hear. I don't. Okay, you got time.
Okay. He would take a big lead when he was a rookie, and Willie McCovey, first baseman, would bring that throw down because Brock would always get back in, but Willie McCovey would just bring it down and slam it on his back just to remind him about it. And he said, I got tired of getting hit by that, so I took a shorter lead.
Yeah, he did okay on the base pass, Lou Brock.
He was pretty good.
And that's called strike 3 to Mayo. But the Hilltoppers put together an inning. 3 runs, all unearned, 3 hits, 1 error. And a man left. Despite leaving at least one man on base in every inning, the Hilltoppers, as we played 6, lead St. Mary's 9-4. We're at the Heartland Conference Baseball Championship in Belton, Texas on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Cameron Kushwar, David Saltzman with you here. Red Murph Field on the campus of University of Mary Hardin-Baylor. We go to the top of the 7th. St. Edwards has reasserted their control in this ball game. They have their largest lead. 9 runs, 13 hits for St. Edwards, 4 runs, 9 hits for St. Mary's. Each team with a pair of errors. We had a scoreless first inning, and after that, we went crazy. 2 hours and 40 minutes of game time already. We're only 2/3 of the way through. Stuart Springer back out, trying to get the W out of the bullpen today. He's got the 3, 4, 5 spots. Matt Smith, first up, takes the ball outside. Smith has an infield single and 3 trips today. Taps that one foul off of home plate. No activity in the Hilltopper bullpen. Obviously, Springer, a starter throughout the year, can go multiple innings. We've seen Bryce Davis and Vinny White Knight get up, but I'm sure Coach Penders and Coach Burns would love if Stewart could wrap this up and keep everybody else fresh. 1-1, 1-2. One-two pitch to Smith. I'm not sure where that was, but it was called a ball. Right behind home plate and a little bit to the left here, so lacking in depth perception on some angles. 2-2, pop foul, back out of play to our right. Smith, Kaiser, Perez due up for the Rattlers. Jack Kaiser on deck has 3 of their 4 runs batted in. He's been very good. 2-2 grounded to short. Harris to his right, sets his feet. Strong throw over, and he got him. Nice stretch by Arrowwood on the other end. Smith out by a step. And here comes that man, Jack Kaiser. He got the scoring started all the way back in the 2nd inning. A laser home run over the right field fence. In the 3rd, he yanked a single into right field to bring in a run. In the 5th, he hit a fly ball out to center field. Sac fly drove in a run. He has been a pest. And a large one at that. Swings and misses. Trying to yank that out of here. Misses up and away with that one. Springer has now set down 5 consecutive batters. Got into a spot of bother in the 5th with the infield singles, the air, and the sac fly, but able to get his way out of a bases-loaded jam. Misses there, 2-1. Then he worked a 1-2-3 6th. Both times his offense gave him a little bit more breathing room. Now he's just trying to keep getting outs here. Topper bullpen going to get up again. 2-1, 2-2. Kaiser steps out of the batter's box, not very happy about that. Not sure if he's not liking the umpire's call or upset with himself for not going after that one. 2-2. Here it comes. Reaches out, poked foul out of play. Here's another 2-2 pitch. Fouled back out of play to our left once again. Vinny White Knight getting up again for St. Edwards, but not currently throwing, just stretching and getting loose. Lambert still up for the Rattlers. Ground ball hit to second. Mayo hoovers it up. Kaiser very nonchalant heading down the line. He is retired. And there are 2 down. Donnie Perez has singled twice in this ball game. He was caught stealing. Foul ball out of play to the right. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Swung on and missed, 1-2. Poked out to right field. Long run for Cortina. Won't get there. He'll keep in front of him for a single. Perez, his 3rd base knock. So Perez 3 for 4. Kaiser 2 for 3. They just haven't gotten a whole lot of support. Here's the DH Vega. He has a walk in 3 trips. First pitch to Vega misses upstairs. Donnie Perez has not stolen a base this year. He was caught the one time he tried. Rattlers just 7 outs to go. They certainly don't want to lose another one on the bases. That's in there for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Upstairs, 2-1. This ball is crushed out to left field. And hits off the light pole. The only question was how far was it going to go? Vega walking out of the batter's box and admiring his handiwork. And St. Mary's is right back in it. 2-run home run. It's now 9-6. And our umpires are talking about it, I guess, just to make sure. They're talking to Coach Charlie Meagle. I'm not really sure what the question is here. Our home plate and second base umpire are talking to the Rattlers head coach. Well, whatever needed to be talked about has been said. Home plate umpire still making some notes here. Try to get an explanation in between innings and see what's going on there. Got to bring up Zach Johnson, the right fielder. He takes low, ball one. Fouls that back, 1 ball, 1 strike. This ball is rifled out to center field. Turner on the run, dives, can't make the play. Gets past him, Cortina backing him up, fires it in. That'll be a double for Zach Johnson. Rattlers fans loving it. Springer had a pair of weak ground balls to start this inning. And it's coming unglued a little bit. Topper bullpen getting ready in a hurry right now.
This is a team that really reflects its head coach. Even if they're unable to overcome this 5-run deficit, what an effort by St. Mary's here, because a couple of times it seemed like, okay, now St. Edwards has them. And then all of a sudden you get the big home run by Vega, and now the tying runs at the on-deck circle all of a sudden. So reflection of the head coach and the success of this program. The St. Mary's team is giving the top seeds. Winners of 23 of 25 conference games, all they can handle here.
All this coming with 2 outs. White Knight and Hatch, 2 lefties up for St. Edwards. Partner, do you have any idea what the discussion was between the umpires and Coach Meagle after that home run?
So wasn't here in the booth with you during the home run, but I went into the media room to the right of us. The thought was that J.D. Arrowwood may have said something to Vega as he was rounding first, and that led to bench warnings for both teams by my understanding.
Well, Vega was showboating and walking halfway up the first baseline after he hit that ball. And we're getting a pitching change right here. Coach Burns is not gonna mess around any. So Stuart Springer's day is done. We'll take a quick timeout and get you that new Hilltopper pitcher when we come back. You're watching the 2016 Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. Back after this. Back at Red Murph Field after the pitching change, Hilltoppers bringing on one of the local products, Vinny White Knight. 5'11", 180-pound senior lefty from St. Michael's Academy in Austin, Texas, and he's what we can affectionately be referred to as a loogie. The lefty one-out guy.
Ah. Well, I was gonna ask you
I
to
saw your
explain
face.
that if you hadn't.
I saw your face screw up there. I didn't know if you had.
Well,
I know
White Knight-
baseball's not.
White Knight or loogie for short. In conference play, ERA of 0. He came on 6 times, 3 2/3 innings of work, just 2 hits, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. Don't see a lot of him if you've seen a lot of Hilltopper baseball, but here he is in quite the situation where St. Mary's has worked their way to have the tying run in the on-deck circle.
Vinny gets a lot. He gets out of a lot of innings, and then Cam Hatch and Andrew Bowes are up in the bullpen for St. Edwards. 0-1, grounded back up the middle. Nice dodge by the umpire. Harris airmails the throw. Great stretch by JD. Boy, if he's 6'3", that ball is in the dugout, but he's 6'6", and it's a 6'3". The Rattlers, though, they climb back into it a little bit closer. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, 1 runner left on base. 7th inning stretch time, your new score, St. Edwards 9, St. Mary's 6. Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament, back in a moment. Seventh inning stretch in the book. Rattlers going back to their bullpen. Their 4th pitcher of the ball game, Kyler Lambert, a lanky 6', 170-pound junior righty from El Paso, Texas, by way of Hutchinson Community College. He throws hard.
So I'm going to tell you something that, well, it's not a positive. This game, it's like a Red Sox-Yankees game time-wise. I mean, we're almost at the 3-hour mark, bottom of the 7th. At the RMAC tournament, Colorado State Pueblo leads the School of Mines 9-5 in the bottom of the 7th. But that game started an hour after ours. In San Angelo, they started when we started. In West Texas A&M, they probably showered up by now. They won 5-2 over Kingsville.
Turner starts the inning off with a clean single into left field. Even if Ramirez had made that play, never would have thrown him out.
Now, we don't have to be anywhere. That's okay with us. For the fans of Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian who don't want to stay up too late, well, it will be at least an hour between games. So we're looking at, well, if the game ended now, it would be a 7 o'clock first pitch, but we're only in the bottom of the 7th.
Those Yankees and Red Sox games, they used to go 4+ hours. When both teams were really good, I was kind of okay with that. I don't mind good contests, but right now, that would just be an interminable ball game because neither of those teams is playing very well. Throw back over. Turner's been on base 3 times out of the 9 hole. Turner and Mayo been on base 6 out of 8 trips today. Harris up for his 5th at bat, shows bunt, takes a strike. Lambert on the season, 1-3 record, a 7.20 earned run average. This is his 12th appearance. They're all out of the bullpen. 15 innings pitched, David, 19 hits, 15 runs, only 12 earned, walked 9, struck out 17. And there is still a left-hander up in the St. Mary's bullpen just in case. And the Hilltoppers had Cam Hatch. They had Andrew Bowes warming up now. Number 5 is out there. Coach Penner's Coach Burns do not want to mess around in this game. 0-1, Nate's going. Shows bunt, takes a strike, throw down. Oh, they got him. Boy, I thought he had that stolen and looked like the throw was a little in front of the bag. Great tag by the second baseman, Barnes, sweeping behind and getting Nate before he could get his hand on the bag.
Yeah, got him just below the knee, and we've seen Keith Funk, the catcher, with a couple of great throws so far today.
Second caught stealing today against the Hilltoppers. 0-2, Harris takes inside, ball 1. So 2 caught stealings. Romeo does have a stolen base to his credit, and JD running on the 0-2 pitch. Wasn't really looking to steal a base, but we know how that turned out. Pretty well, actually. 3-run inning for the Hilltoppers. 1-2. Upstairs. Two-two pitch. Here it comes. Got him. West didn't try very hard to get out of the way of that one. Took it right off the side of the biceps brachialis. Good place to get hit.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Totally.
So want to wish St. Mary's softball the best on what was a really great season for them, but it ends as they fell to West Texas A&M in the Super Regional. 3-1 is the score. So the top ranked team in the nation off to the Division II College World Series. West Texas A&M baseball, we mentioned, defeating Kingsville, and that's good for St. Edwards.
Here is Joe Olson. He's 1 for 4 today, but it was a good one. First pitch popped up. Short right field. Who wants it? Barnes drifts out and makes the play.
I like Barnes. You mentioned when he was at the plate, he kind of bounces around a bit, will swing the bat a little awkwardly before finally getting in a stance. He plays defense the same way. He just kind of bounces around there. Real active, real fun. I can imagine one of the team's leaders.
Kind of like a puppy. A lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm.
A well-behaved puppy, though.
There you go. Here is Arrowwood. And we're going to get a call to the bullpen. They don't want JD facing the right-hander Lambert. So Kyler Lambert's day is short, 2/3 of an inning pitched. And we're going to get a lefty coming on when we come back. You are watching this game on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. First of 2 today. We'll be back with a new pitcher in just a moment. Bottom of the 7th inning, Rattlers back to their bullpen, their 5th different pitcher of the ball game. They're bringing on another lefty to face the Hilltoppers lefty, the one and only J.D. Arrowwood. One and only lefty, one and only J.D. Arrowwood.
And facing him, Jared Hodgson, senior from Bastrop, transfer from UTSA, 6'2", 200. The southpaw, 4-3, an ERA of .560. 9th relief appearance, 16th appearance overall.
And still activity in the St. Mary's bullpen. Another right-hander throwing and another pitcher stretching.
Hodgson, pretty wild. 26 walks allowed in 45 innings. He's also hit 9 batters. 28 earned runs allowed.
JD comes up empty at that one there. He has looked really out of sorts. The only time he's been on today was reaching on an error last inning when he just kind of poked at the ball and dribbled it out towards third. Fouled off towards the Hilltopper dugout. We'll get out of play. 0-2. JD with the hat trick before that. Oh and 2, 2 outs, bottom of the 7th inning. St. Mary's took the lead in the top of the 2nd with a run. Hilltoppers put 5 up in the 2nd. They have led since then, but St. Mary's refusing to go quietly into that early evening. Can't say night yet.
Not yet, at least.
Throw over. Kaiser again, a nice snare to keep it from getting past. Another 0-2. Here it comes. Pops off of Funk's glove, but nothing doing at first base from Harris. Six runs on 12 hits for the Rattlers, 9 runs on 14 hits for St. Edwards. Each team has committed a pair of errors in this ball game. 1-2, way upstairs. Rattlers have 1 unearned run. Hilltoppers have 3 unearned runs. So both defenses in a generous mood. 2-2 pitch. Look out. Line that one into his own dugout there.
It, fortunately for the players in the dugout, hit the very edge of the top of the dugout and bounced out. But there were some scatterings of players just in case as that ball was lined right at them.
It's picked up by Matt Smith out at deep shortstop. Ramirez staying on the shortstop side of second base this time. Barnes still out in shallow right field. 2-2, swung on and missed. JD punched out for the 4th time today. The Rattlers have figured him out, but everyone else on the Hilltoppers has gotten the better of him. No runs, a hit, no errors, a runner left on base. 7 complete. St. Edwards 6 outs away from the W. When we come back in the top of the 8th, 9-1-2 due up for St. Mary's 2016 Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament. Back in a moment. Welcome back to Red Murph Field. Cameron Kushwar, David Saltzman with you here. Top of the 8th inning, Hilltoppers bringing on the closer, although there is still some activity in their bullpen just in case. They're bringing on number 5, the other half of the Cortina twins. That would be Juan.
Yep, Juan Cortina, junior from Humble and Sam Houston State transfer. Haven't seen too much of them this season because of the dominance of the starters, but in 9 innings pitched, 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts, a 1-0 record with an ERA of 0 and 4 saves.
And the first pitch to Barnes is slashed foul out of play on the first base side.
Opponents just hitting 138 against Cortina this season. In a game in which St. Mary's has been so scrappy, just hanging around.
Misses downstairs with that one. Juan, excellent stuff. Missed a good chunk of the year with a sore arm, but wasn't anything worse than that. Just need a little rest, recuperation. They wanted to get him right for the playoffs. Way outside with that one.
It's such an aggressive delivery. Fast, little herky-jerky, and he just snaps those pitches to the plate.
Well, you can see the drive with the legs, too. He gets a lot of oomph behind the ball. And struggling with his control here, 3-1. Don't need to put runners on base.
Yeah, a couple of runners on, and all of a sudden St. Mary's is in prime position to pull off what would be quite a comeback. They trailed 5-1 after 2, scrapped their way back to 5-4 midway through. St. Ed's took a 9-4 lead, but then 2 in the 7th, and the Rattlers still in this one.
3-1, fouled out of play. Barnes swinging on the 3-1 count. The lefty Hatch and the righty Andrew Bowes up for St. Edwards.
Yeah, we talked about how it's obvious Bo Barnes loves the game. Yeah, he bounces around at the plate, bounces around in the infield. He talks back to the home plate umpire after almost every pitch.
And he draws the walk. That was pretty close, but Juan bounced a couple up there, missed the zone badly with some of those pitches. You're not going to get a borderline call.
And you don't see that often. Just the second walk allowed by Cortina this season. And now Brian Ramirez, their leading hitter, coming in to the plate.
Ramirez up for the 5th time today. These hitters have had a lot of chances up there for both sides. Way outside again. Well, the velocity and the movement is not the question for Cortina. And we're going to get a visit to the mound.
It's something, isn't it? Because St. Edwards, they're hoping to host the NCAA regional next week. Barring miracles, they're in the tournament next week as at least an at-large, and yet, maybe it's being here at the conference tournament. It's part of the rivalry. It's the way St. Mary's has kept fighting back. We saw Eric Hester struggle, the Hilltopper starter, when he has been excellent in his past many starts. And here Juan Cortina, who hasn't been wild at all this season, walks the leadoff hitter, and then the first pitch to Ramirez way off, and all of a sudden you see that conference on the mound.
Well, Cortina, they know he's got the stuff, and they eased him back towards the end of the season. 1-0, fouled out of play, the right side into the St. Mary's bullpen. Actually, it'll clear it. But the time that he missed was for an arm, his pitching arm, and when he came back, his mechanics were a little bit different there, and he just told him it was rust, and he needed to find his arm angle. I was there his first outing back in a couple of months, and they went and checked on him after he got the first 2 hitters out really easily. 1-1, a little bit wide. But you said it there, he has thrown all of 9 innings this year, over 7 appearances. That's just not a lot of work. 2-1 to Ramirez. 2-2.
Well, there is activity in the St. Edwards pen. Cam Hatch, one of 2 Hilltoppers warming up. Is that Andrew Bowes the other?
Yep. And yet another left-hander up in the St. Mary's bullpen, Troy Garcia. 3-1 pitch. He walked him.
It's just different. It's different when you're on this stage, regardless of how comfortable maybe you feel making the NCAA tournament. And you know what? We're the ones talking about next week. I mean, these players are thinking inning by inning, game by game, and sometimes you just get a little too amped up. And I think that's what's happened to Juan Cortina, and he's done.
Yeah, he has to be done. Second visit. Faces two batters, walks them both. St. Mary's will have the tying run coming to the plate with nobody out when we come back, and it'll be a new pitcher that they'll have to try and do it against. We'll take another timeout. Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament back in a moment. And we are back. Each team now has used 5 pitchers in this ball game, and we still got at least an inning and a half, maybe more to go. Hilltoppers going to the lefty. Number 24, Cam Hatch, the 6'2", 210-pound redshirt senior out of Vernon, Connecticut.
Cam Hatch on the season, 1-1, an ERA of 3.38. This is his team high 19th appearance, all out of the pen. He has 2 saves, 24 innings of work. He's allowed 25 hits, 11 runs, 9 of them earned, 11 walks, and 35 strikeouts. Stats haven't seemed to matter, at least for the pitchers today. We have a lot of runs, 15 total, 26 total hits, sprinkle in some walks, and all of a sudden, Cameron, this is the tying run at the plate for the Rattlers.
Bryce Brandel is 2 for 4 in this ball game with a couple of singles and a run scored. Arrowwood creeping in, looking for a bunt. And he does. And it's up the third base line, and it's going to trickle foul. He was looking for a base hit out of that. Matt Smith on deck has an infield single, but Jack Kaiser is in the hole. He already has a home run today and 3 runs batted in. Cam was the Hilltoppers' closer last year. This year had a rough patch during the middle of the year. That coincided with Juan Cortina's time on the shelf and really kind of opened the door for Andrew Bose. And you could see Cam rounding back into form, and Cortina, when they got him back, you could see, you know, a Royals-esque 3-headed monster out of the bullpen to really shorten some games. But not a good start here for Cortina. That ball again bunted foul. Never had a chance. Quickly 0-2 on Brandel. Andrew Bose still out there staying loose for St. Edwards. Rattlers bullpen has gone quiet now.
You bet the runner's over if it was successful. Of course, those 2 runs wouldn't tie things up, but now Brandel has to swing away with an 0-2 count against him.
No, but, you know, you got to score 2 runs before you can score 3.
True.
Yeah, you can't get it all back at once unless you hit a home run. 0-2 way outside. 3 hours and 20 minutes of game time here. We're in the 8th inning. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are bringing it to you. And we still have one more game to go tonight.
It's been a yo-yo of a game. I mean, the counter punches by both these rivals has been fun.
1-2 to Brandel. Here it comes. Straight back over our heads. You know, as wild as this one has been with all the runs and the offense, the next game is going to be a 2-1 pitcher's duel. And we're going to get out of here in an hour and a half.
Well, tell fans, both coaches for Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian agreed to condense their warm-up, so maybe 45 minutes between games. Reason being is that the loser of the nightcap has to play at noon tomorrow.
Yeah, quick turnaround. 1-2. Sliced into left field. Little dying quail. One run is going to score. Watts had to play in for a bunt. If he's at normal depth, that's an easy out. Instead, Brandel with an RBI single. Ramirez at second, and now the tying run is at the plate. Still nobody out.
It's amazing. This team just won't go away. They continue to scrap. We talked about how hot they've been playing. They came in winners of 7 of 9, and regardless of the result, I mean, for this team to keep their confidence up, down 4 after 2 and down 5 after 6. Now they have the tying run at first and the go-ahead run at the plate.
Matt Smith has an infield single in 4 trips. Good speed on the bases for St. Mary's. Smith tries to put down a bunt, pops it foul back. Boy, JD was way in on the grass even before Cam started his motion. By the time Smith got the head of the bat out there, JD was halfway to the plate maybe.
Real tough part of the order here with Smith with 6 triples on the season, although again, you just saw him attempt the bunt. Power hitters on deck, and Kaiser and Perez. This is the dangerous spot for the Hilltoppers.
And Kaiser and Perez have been very good today for St. Mary's already. Between them, 5 for 7. And again with the bunt. JD fields it. No play at third. He has to go to first. 3-4 on the sacrifice.
Frankly, I wonder if he looked at third on his own, because there wasn't going to be any play at third, not even close, and yet he took that half second. Once he did that, I didn't think there would be a play at first. It was a heck of a recovery by Arrowwood just to turn and fire that dart over the first to get Smith, who was charging hard.
Coach Meagle wants to talk with Kaiser before his at-bat. Kaiser homered in the second, singled in the third, sack fly to center field in the 5th, and last time up he rolled over and grounded out to second.
They're going to walk him. You take the bat out of his hands. You have another power hitter on deck in Donnie Perez, but now, of course, you have the force at any base. You set up the double play potentially, which would end the inning. And so that's the strategy, even though Jack Kaiser represents the go-ahead run.
Well, and Andrew Bowes has stopped throwing at this point, but if you bring him on to get the righty versus righty matchup, I mean, there's still a lot of pitchers left in the bullpen for the Hilltoppers, but these are your big guns right here. If you have to go back to the bullpen after that, you're talking about, not some of your most used best arms. The intentional walk to Kaiser. Perez is 3 for 4 in this ball game, and we're getting the visit to the mound. No signal has been made yet to the bullpen. Nope, there it goes. Okay. Well, we're laying it all out right here in the top of the 8th inning. Hilltoppers going back to the pen. Bases full of Rattlers, 1 out, 2-run ball game. You're watching the Heartland Conference Baseball Tournament. A lot of drama late. We'll be back in a moment. Back at Red Murph Field, Toppers bringing on yet another arm. It is the former Texas State Bobcat, Andrew Bowes, and he walks into a pickle there, David. Bases loaded. Go ahead, run at first base. Only one out.
Can someone come out of the bullpen and settle in?
Please.
Bowes 2-0, an ERA of 184. This is his 14th appearance, all out of the pen. He does have a save. 14 2/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned, 6 walks, 22 strikeouts. His numbers have been great, except for 6 wild pitches, and he's hit 4 batters.
Working out of the stretch to Perez. First pitch, vicious hack, and he misses. Strike one.
Yeah, he wanted to give St. Mary's their first lead since the second inning with that swing.
Bryce Davis is playing catch in the bullpen. Oh, 1. Been a little bit high, I guess. 1-1. Hilltopper fans thought it was a strike.
Middle infielders, no surprise, playing fairly close to the second base bag, wanting the double play. Third baseman Watts behind the bag, shaded just off the line. Same with Arrowwood at first.
This is low. 2 balls, 1 strike. Got to throw a strike here, you imagine. Bowes can just rear back and blast it past you. He's got that kind of stuff. 6'2", 200-pound redshirt senior righty out of Austin, Texas.
Yep, the 22 strikeouts in 14 2/3 innings.
2-1. Line foul. Look out, Rattler dugout. First base umpire couldn't make the play on it, on the carom. Courtney Lawrence has a little shrug right there. Big pitch here. Want to get him now. Don't want to go. You never want to go to a full count and have to throw a guy a strike. Certainly not with the bases juiced. Rattlers already have 1 run this inning. Runner at third belongs to Juan Cortina. Runners at first and second belong to Cam Hatch. Here's the 2-2. Ground ball weakly into the hole. Throw to second, not in time. It'll be an infield single. Everybody moves up 90. It's a 1-run ball game.
Baseball's funny. Just funny. You know, the Bryce Brandel RBI single was a bloop to left. And that pitch, just a slow roller, a little too far out of the reach for Harris to have any throw in time. And give these Rattler hitters credit. We've said the same about the Hilltoppers. You fight off enough pitches, you get to deep in the count, all of a sudden good fortune could come your way. And it's 4 unanswered runs now over 2 innings for St. Mary's.
And here's Vega, who started that scoring last inning with a 2-run laser that hit the light pole beyond the fence in left center field. And apparently J.D. Arrowwood took umbrage to his display walking up the baseline. Both dugouts were warned.
Infield plays Vega the same as Perez, hoping to end the inning with a double play.
Swing and a miss. Tried to tomahawk that one. Besides the home run today, Vega has walked, fly to center, and popped out to third.
He has walked 23 times this season, but we've seen him expand the zone and then some, even early in counts this afternoon.
0-1. Tried to check his swing. He did so. Pitch was a little bit inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
14 hits for each team, 2 errors by each team. The only difference, the 9-8 lead for St. Edwards right now.
Rattlers left the bases loaded in the 5th. Hilltoppers have not left the bases loaded, but they have stranded 9. They've left runners on every single inning. That pitch is low and in. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And that's the thing right there. We've seen too many times these Hilltopper pitchers get behind in counts, and especially against a very good hitting team like St. Mary's, they will make you pay for it more often than not.
Andrew taking his time, trying to collect himself. 2-1 to Vega. Swing and a miss. Sometimes you just got to rear back and throw it and say, hit it if you can.
And knowing that Vega has gone well outside the zone, 2-2, do you just try to throw the high fastball and hope Vega tries to catch up to it and doesn't?
No, he grounds it to short. Harris to Mayo. to Arrowwood. The Rattlers leave them loaded again, but they're back within 1 run. They get 2 on just 2 hits. No errors, 3 runners stranded. 9-8 your score. Hilltoppers a chance to extend their lead in the bottom of the 8th. We'll be back in just a moment. Bottom of the 8th inning. Hodgson back out for St. Mary's. Toppers have Romeo Cortina, Dylan Watts, Gable Whitaker due up here. They have seen St. Mary's twice battle back to within 1 run. Hodgson drops a curveball in for strike 1.
How about the job by Bose? And I wondered if he throw the high fastball on 2-2 to Vega. Instead, he gets the pitch low, which obviously wound up being much better because Vega just chopped it down the infield for the 6-4-3 double play.
Romeo takes a ball to even the count. A little insurance here would be great. In the top of the 9th inning, St. Mary's is going to have the bottom of their order, 7, 8, 9 spots due. So there's a chance the Hilltoppers could get out of this, just slip away. That one bounces up there, and it got him. Romeo kind of had a grin on his face. I'm not sure where that hit him. It bounced well in front of the plate. But, hey, we'll take the leadoff base runner at this point. Keith Funk is talking with the umpire about that now. Coach Meagle's going to come out and, I think, ask the same question.
I did think, I'm not being biased, I promise, I did think that hit his back foot.
When he was trying to get out of the way?
Yep, and that's why it bounced up. And that's something Hodgson, that's been his bugaboo. That's the 10th time he has hit a batter this season.
Let's see how the Hilltoppers play it here. I mean, 1 run could be big here, just for some insurance purposes. Dylan Watts has an RBI double and a run scored in his 4 trips today.
I think it'd be huge. Sorry to interrupt. I think it'd be huge if they can get a run. St. Mary's has scored in 6 of the 8 innings they've been at bat. You want to get 1, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if they have Watts bunt here just to try to get Cortina in scoring position.
Well, Smith is thinking that. He's even with the bag at 3rd and now creeping closer. Dylan Squares popped up first base side. Diving catch, and he dropped the ball. So there's going to be an out and a runner still at first place. That's just tough luck. Romeo, nothing he could do. So Dylan reaching on the fielder's choice.
Well, how about Hodgson, Lenny Dykstra style, just sacrificing his body trying to make that play. That was a heck of an effort by him. And they do get the force out at 2nd, of course. That's a heck of a sack bunt, by the way. Not your conventional one.
That'll bring Whitaker to the plate. 1 for 3 with a double. 2 runs scored, 1 run batted in.
Or the attempt at the sack bunt, of course, is what I mean.
Pretty good day. Romeo is turned in out of that cleanup spot. 2 for 3, but on base 4 out of the 5 trips. Gable takes upstairs, ball 1. Nick Larrick waiting on deck. Don't hit into a double play and give Nick another crack at the bat. He has swung the stick very well today. Whitaker chops it foul to the third base side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Coach Pender is always very nonchalant in that coaching box.
Pender's lineage has had some success courses. Relative Tom Penders, head basketball coach at a number of places, Texas and Houston, to name a couple.
George Washington as well.
Yep.
Did some
Rhode
fine
Island.
television work.
I had the pleasure of working with Tom once. He was fun. A lot of fun.
1-1 to Whitaker. Fouled back straight over our heads. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the ninth, Zach Johnson set to lead off for the Rattlers. He's 1 for 3. Keith Funk, the 8-hole hitter, is 0 for 4. Bo Barnes out of the 9-hole, 1 for 3. Johnson and Barnes each with a double, a walk, and a run scored. One-two to Gable. Stays upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You mentioned it, but it's been a while. In fact, for maybe an hour and a half now, Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian teams have just been sitting and watching this one, just waiting to finally get their warm-up started.
I hope they had a good pregame meal because they're going to need it. 2-2 outside. Whitaker's battled back to run the count full.
I'm sure they have the bananas and the fruit.
We saw some really good at-bats from the Hilltoppers earlier in the ballgame, like 3 hours ago when they started scoring those runs. Whitaker, good at-bat here. We've seen some quick at-bats since then. Seems like they got ahead and kind of expanded. We're trying to go after some pitches now. Now they're back to scratching and clawing.
Great fun. It's been quite a game. Remember, St. Edwards has eliminated St. Mary's the last 3 tournaments and all in the title game. This Rattler team has wanted a piece of the Hilltoppers, and they've been awfully good at the plate. Both teams, of course, have.
Throw over. Well, this is a series that goes back forever. Mm-hmm. St. Mary's leading it all the time. Payoff pitch. Runner goes. Swung on. Got away. Whitaker not opting to run down to first base. With the runner going, there is a base open there. He had that option. So
yeah, that was interesting.
Strikeout and a wild pitch.
They'll rule it a stolen base, and that was interesting. Yeah, he just flat out.
He didn't run.
Decided not to.
Straight off of Funk's glove to the backstop. I mean,
yeah, you at least want to try to force the throw to first.
Well, we've seen some curious things today. It's been a curious game. And if this is just the first game of the tournament, there's no telling what the rest of it could be. Well, here is Larrick. He is 3 for 4 today. Driven in 2. He scored 2. He has left the yard. Takes that upstairs, ball 1. I would take another single to bring in a run right now, but, a home run would be pretty nifty too. "1-0, Larrick. He was looking for a home run, came up empty. That was a swing for Hilltoppers don't have names on the back of their jerseys, but sometimes you swing for the name on the front of the jersey, sometime on the back. That time he was swinging for Nick Larrick. Infield playing him straight away. Brandel shaded over into left center in the outfield again, and the right fielder Johnson way over into right center field. Shadows lengthening across the field here as the afternoon gives way to evening. 1-1. Swing and a miss once again. 1-2.
It's hard to tell from our vantage point. There must be some really good movement late. A good drop because it comes at you. It looks like it's going to be above the knees, and then by the time Larrick swings, he's swinging over the top.
And he's going for the downs right there. That hand flying off the bat. One-handed swing. Here's the 1-2. Misses low.
Good idea, same pitch. Good eye by Larrick that time to lay off.
post game. We'll take you through the box scores and line scores for both these teams. It might be a while before we can finally sign off. Second game will come at some point tonight, hopefully. 2-2 to the Hilltopper DH. Barnes trying to keep Watts close out at second. Now he'll retreat. Here it comes. Swung on and missed. Whitaker and Larrick strike out to end the innings. Topper's going to lead off runner on, but leave him stranded. No runs, no hits, no errors. One runner left. Can the Hilltoppers get 3 more outs and escape with a W? We'll see when we come back. You're watching this game on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. Back in a moment. Welcome back. Red Murph Field, top of the 9th inning, 9-8. St. Edward's clinging to the lead against St. Mary's. Zach Johnson to lead it off. He takes the first pitch strike. Oh, we got a pinch hitter, excuse me. It is number 6, A.J. Perez, 5'10", 175 pounds, senior righty out of Alice, Texas.
278 hitter, 1 homer, 3 runs batted in.
High chopper to third. Watts, Fields, fires on the run. 1 down.
Well, Andrew Bose is trying to do something that the Hilltoppers have just done twice, and that's hold the Rattlers off the scoreboard. Hilltopper pitching got the Rattlers 1, 2, 3 in the first and the 6th. Every other inning, St. Mary's has scored.
Yep. And the Hilltoppers themselves have not gone 1, 2, 3 in this ballgame.
Right, they've left a man on base every inning.
Well, here is Funk. Funk has some power. He hit a home run earlier this year, 353 average, actually second on the Rattlers squad. 5 long balls to his credit. Takes ball 1. And they do have Bo Barnes, the jitterbug, on deck. 1-0, misses inside. 2-0. Fouled back. Good rip right there by Funk.
Yeah, that was an attempt, no doubt, to tie this game up, and it was a real good swing. He was just under where he had to be, and that's why he fouled it back.
Bose came in with the bases loaded last inning, got a 6-4-3 double play. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Oh, excuse me, he gave up the rollover infield single at first, then got the double play to get out of it. Trying to get the save in relief here.
You saw the swing of the high pitch. Funk coming in, 9 walks and 102 at-bats. He is looking to swing. Why not go up top again?
2-2. Fouled back, he did. Andrew, another guy that not a lot of subtlety with the way he pitches. He's going to come at you. He's going to throw hard. And it's up to you to do something about it. Another 2-2. Funk digs in. Here it comes. Grounded left side into left field. Past a diving Dylan Watts.
I'm assuming he wanted that pitch to be lower. It stayed over the plate, a little above the knees. And Funk, despite his aggressive swings before, just a good job there. Didn't do too much with it and was able to bounce it into left field.
We're going to get a pinch runner for the catcher. I believe that's no, it can't be. Number 4? I was going to say, it can't be number 5. Number 4 is Jacob Marler, 5'8", 165-pound senior from Elotes, Texas. He played some right field in the series down in Austin earlier this year. Marler actually got pressed into emergency duty in that series. Angel Vega was slated to be the right fielder in the first game, and he injured himself in the first inning on his swing. Barnes takes inside ball 1. Marler got pushed out into right field in the bottom of the first inning and ended up having himself a pretty good series.
But here's Barnes now, who's not going to hit for power. His double in the 4th, just a second extra base hit of the season, but he's a good contact hitter.
Marler does have 4 stolen bases in 5 attempts. There's a strike to Barnes. Ramirez waiting on deck. That would be his 6th at-bat of the game if he comes up again. Can't say that very often. 1-1. Foul back into the net, 1-2. Andrew Bowes would love another punch out here. Still has a chance to go 1-2-3, albeit in an untraditional sense if he can turn a double play here. Toppers already have 2 double plays in this ball game. 1-2. 2-2. Of all the Hilltopper pitchers that have come out of the bullpen in this game, and even really going back to the starter, Andrew looks very comfortable out there. He doesn't look too amped up. He's just out there playing toss with his catcher. 2-2 to Barnes. Strike 3.
What a big out. For obvious reasons, you're 1 out away from playing in the winner's bracket tomorrow. Another reason is now their best hitters coming to the plate, average-wise at least, and Brian Ramirez with the .372 batting average coming in, but just a runner on first with 1 out to go.
Well, boy, and for either team in this ball game, I mean, this is a draining game for both of these squads out there. Like a 15-round prize fight. If you can go out of that with a W, how much better do you feel than doing all that work and all that energy and coming out with a loss? Ramirez is 1 for 4. He scored twice. Fouls that back.
Outfield playing really deep. They don't want a ball to get behind him because for sure that would mean a tie game. Little surprised Watts isn't playing closer to the third base line, wanting to prevent that possible extra base hit down that line. But again, the outfield is deeper than they've played earlier against Ramirez, but that's because of the situation at hand.
Oh, 1 to Ramirez. 0-2. 1 strike away.
Ramirez has struck out 27 times coming in. A good eye, though. Team leading 40 walks. He's still going to be a tough out, even with an 0-2 count.
3 hours and 50 minutes of game time here. We get paid by the word, right? Runner goes. Pitches high. Throw down. Is into center field. But Marler is not going to go anywhere.
How is that for a risky play with an 0-2 count? And that pitch was outside. Just not the best throw.
Too. Yeah, that was a good pitch to throw on.
I think Olsen was just surprised that Marler was going. And now a base hit could for sure tie the game with the speed of Marler at second base.
Also, now you have to be worried about the runner out there giving away your signs. 1-2 to Brian Ramirez. No one holding him on. They want to get him out. He swings, skies this out to center field. This should do it. Turner settles under it, puts it away, and the Hilltoppers escape. 9-8. Boy, I'm tired, and I didn't even play this ball game. We were up here in the nice AC. You could see the Hilltopper fans in front of us. There's some sighs of relief.
I'll tell you what, Hilltoppers deserve this win, and the Rattlers deserve all sorts of credit for the fight they brought here. Because we've said it, but it's worth saying it again. I mean, a couple of times, especially when the Hilltoppers went up 9-4 after the Rattlers fought back from 5-1 to make it 5-4, you thought, okay, now that's the breathing room St. Edward's needs. Yet they wouldn't put another run on the board. Rattlers kept fighting, and just a wonderful game. I mean, these are two programs, winning programs with a lot of confidence, and St. Mary's showed that confidence throughout despite being down almost the whole contest. Still alive, of course, in this tournament, and good luck to them, because I don't care if you're a St. Edward's fan and St. Mary's is your bitter rival. You got to respect and be very proud with the effort they put forth. They made St. Edward's easily the hottest team in the conference coming in, have to earn this one for the whole 9 innings.
Well, if you're a baseball fan, you had to like what you just saw out there, and we're one game down, possibly 6 more to go this weekend. 9-8, St. Edward's into the winner's bracket, St. Mary's into the consolation bracket. We've got the box scores and line scores. I was able to tally it all up here, and I hope you're ready for it because we got a long way to go. Brian Ramirez for St. Mary's. We'll start with the visiting Rattlers. He was 1 for 5. He singled and walked and scored 2 runs. Bryce Brandel was 3 for 5, 3 singles, a run scored, and a run batted in. Matt Smith was 1 for 4 with a single and a sacrifice bunt. Jack Kaiser had a great game for the Rattlers. He was 2 for 3. He homered, singled, drove in a run with a sac fly, and was intentionally walked. Donnie Perez was 4 for 5, 4 singles. He drove in a run and he scored a run. Angel Vega was 1 for 4. He walked, homered, drove in 2, and scored 1. Zach Johnson was 1 for 3. He doubled, walked, and scored a run. He was pinch hit for in the 9th inning by A.J. Perez, who was 0 for 1. Keith Funk had a single in 5 trips. Jacob Marler pinch ran for him, stole a base, was stranded. Bo Barnes was 1 for 4 with a walk, a double, a run scored, and a run batted in. For the Rattlers pitching staff, Chris Jones takes the loss. 1 1/3 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs. They were all earned. He walked 1. He struck out 3. Out of the bullpen, Nick Garcia goes 3 innings, 5 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 1 and he struck out 3. Trent Russo, inning and 2/3, 3 hits, 3 runs. None of those runs were earned. The 3 unearned runs being the difference for St. Edwards. No walks. He struck out 2. Kyler Lambert goes 2/3 of an inning, allows 1 hit, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. He hit a batter. And Jared Hodgson goes an inning and a third, no hits, no runs, no walks. He struck out 3, and he hit a batter. For St. Edwards, Wes Harris was 2 for 4 in the ballgame. Couple of singles. He was hit by a pitch. He scored a run. He drove a run in. Joe Olson was 1 for 5, but it was a big one, a 3-run home run in the 2nd inning. J.D. Arrowwood was 0 for 5. He did reach on an error and score a run. Romeo Cortina, 2 for 3, couple of singles, hit by a pitch, walked, stole a base, didn't score or drive anybody in. Dylan Watts was 1 for 5 with an RBI double and a run scored. Gable Whitaker 1 for 4, 2 runs scored, 1 run batted in. He walked and doubled. Nick Larrick was 3 for 5, couple of singles, a home run, 2 runs scored, 2 runs batted in. Kevin Mayo was 2 for 4, couple of singles, drove in a run, scored a run. And Nate Turner out of the 9 spot, 2 for 3, single, doubled, and walked. For the Hilltopper pitchers, Eric Hester goes 4 innings, allows 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them were earned. He walked 1, he struck out 5. Stuart Springer gets the W out of the bullpen. 2 2/3 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 3 earned, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Vinny White Knight pitches a third of an inning, no hits, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. Juan Cortina faces 2 batters, no hits, 2 runs. They were both earned. He walked 2, he struck out none. Cam Hatch goes an inning and a third, 1 hit, no runs, no walks, no strikeouts. Andrew Bowes with the save, an inning and 2/3, 2 hits, no runs, no walks, 1 strikeout. I'm exhausted. We're done for the day, right?
You know what's funny? One final comment. We were asked, because we're right by where the media relations department is for St. Edwards. We were asked before the top of the 9th, well, who would you give the win to if you're St. Ed's? Now, you mentioned that it was Stuart Springer. Now, that's not official, but I'm assuming you're right, because He was the pitcher for St. Edwards as we went through 5 innings, and St. Edwards had the lead. They never gave up their 5-1 lead for all the Rattlers' efforts, but Springer gave up 3 runs in 2 2/3. I kind of joked. I said, why not Vinny White Knight? He came in. He faced one batter in the 7th inning, got the out. That kept it 9-6. And if not White Knight, what about Bose? Because I'm sure Bose got the save. But 1 2/3 scoreless innings, and that wound up being, for longevity's sake, the best outing by a St. Edwards pitcher today. They needed everything they had, and they outlast their rivals. It was a long game for sure, but a really good, high-quality game between these two teams.
You know, in basketball, they have that stat for the team rebounds, like a loose ball rebound. I think we can just team win right there.
Right.
There you go. Either way, 9 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors for the Hilltoppers, 8 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors for the Rattlers. Rattlers will be back tomorrow at noon against an opponent to be determined. Hilltoppers hoping to play around 3 tomorrow. They'll get the winner of tonight's game. And we will be back after this timeout to get you that second game. Lubbock Christian and Oklahoma Christian will be bringing you that right here on the Heartland Conference Broadcast Network. For David Saltzman, for our producer Casey, I'm Cameron Kushwar. We'll be back in a little while.